Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 16th time that the Centrum Balticum Foundation is organizing the annual Baltic Sea Region Forum of Finland. The forum's first panel discussion is about Arctic security. The theme is topical, as with Finland's and Sweden's accession to NATO, our countries play an important role in the alliance's Arctic defense. As could be anticipated, Russia strengthens its military presence near Finland's eastern border after Finland and Sweden joined the NATO. For this reason, I was not surprised by the news that Russia placed Iskander missiles near our eastern border about a month ago. In addition to these missiles, it's obvious that Russia is strengthening its military units and opening new ones in the north, especially in the Murmansk and Arkhangelsk regions. Therefore, I do not see particular cause for concern over these actions. However, if Russia continues to threaten Ukraine or any member state of the European Union or NATO with nuclear weapons, I believe that the West should substantially tighten its sanctions on Russia. Although nuclear threats are likely to remain at the verbal level, it should not be forgotten that talking about the offensive use of nuclear weapons is irresponsible and should not be tolerated. If Russia continues to threaten the use of nuclear weapons, economic relations with Russia should be stopped completely. Although Russia only accounted for less than 2% of both Finland's and the EU's external trade last year, we need to remember that more than 10% of the Union's imported natural gas still comes from Russia. Furthermore, the EU has not sanctioned uranium imports from Russia yet. Fortunately, Finland has already decided not to buy Russian nuclear fuel any longer. When considering the importance of Russian energy, it should also be remembered that 2/3 of Russia's crude oil transport by sea are carried out by a so-called shadow fleet. These ships are generally in poor condition, do not have a double hull, and their crews have no experience of navigating in shallow sea areas such as the Baltic Sea, where the ice cover makes navigating difficult part of the year. These tankers are also generally not properly insured in the event of an oil accident. If nuclear weapons are still a verbal threat, the shadow fleet is an actual one. Do we have to first experience an oil spill in the Gulf of Finland before we understand that what we must make the necessary decisions? In addition to Arctic security, we will discuss today the future of transatlantic relations. This theme is also relevant as the USA will hold the presidential elections in November, which in the worst case scenario would shake our transatlantic relations. It should be kept in mind that around half of Finland's coal and natural gas imports came from the United States at the beginning of this year. To put an end to the war in Ukraine, we need working transatlantic relations. Together, the economies of the EU and USA are about 20 times bigger than the Russian one, which means that helping Ukraine win the war against Russia should not be too much to ask economically. We must keep in mind that while helping Ukraine and building the military preparedness is an expensive undertaking, we are speaking about billions or tens of billions, but refusing to help and neglecting our own military preparedness would cost us a lot more. And this calculation does not even take into account the human price of the war. Well, the third main theme of the forum is media's role in contributing to security. This theme is also topical, as following reports from other European countries on the war in Ukraine, it seems that there is no uniform picture in Europe of the criticality of the war in Ukraine and the strategic significance of the outcome of the war for European security. Here I quote, "What is missing more than anything is a clear statement that is our strategic objective that Ukraine defeats Russia. In fact, we do not have a strategic objective other than we are with you as long as it takes, or we don't want Ukraine to lose, and other empty statements. We have to rediscover our strategic spine." This is what General Ben Hodges said in an interview about a month ago. I'm very pleased that General Hodges is here with us today, and I'm also pleased that we have many participants from Ukraine, including the ambassador of Ukraine to Finland. Ukraine has been fighting against a superior enemy for more than 2 years. Ukraine teaches us what it means to defend freedom, democracy, and one's homeland in practice, not only with words. Few Western countries would have been prepared to do the same, by the way. Well, with these thoughts, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome all of you here and also online to build our shared security and future. Minna, Arve, Mayor of the City of Turku and Chair of the Centrum Balticum Foundation, will give the official welcoming speech. She will be followed by Markus Granlund, Dean of the Turku School of Economics, who is also the board member of our foundation. After the opening words, we will have a video greetings from Jukka Kopra, Chair of the Defence Committee of the Parliament of Finland, and Oleksandr Lytvynenko, Secretary of the National Security and Defence Council of Ukraine. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, wars do not start with a clash of arms, the planning tables of generals, or the mobilization of troops. They begin quietly with growing polarization, hatred-fueled rhetoric, and the swing of distrust. War starts when we question our democratic institutions, undermine the rule of law, and restricts our freedoms. Wars begin when we, as societies, silently accept these changes. Although the theme of this seminar is NATO and the military aspects of our security, I would like to emphasize that our democratic institutions and unwavering faith in the rule of law are our most effective shields against the horrors of war. These are the freedoms and values that we must be ready to defend, even with arms, if necessary. One could say that in a functional and resilient society, safety is considered a basic setting. It is so self-evident that we often only grasp its true significance when our sense of security is challenged and in some way. In recent years, this sense of security has been tested by overlapping global crises, the COVID-19 pandemic, Russia's unjustified war in Ukraine, and alarming heat records caused by global warming. As a result, preparedness and safety measures have become global priorities. In Finland, this focus on security has been central for decades. As a small country located in a geographically vulnerable and remote area with a harsh climate and heavy reliance on maritime transportation, we Finns have had no other options but to build our security on a foundation that involves everyone and touches every aspect of our society. Preparedness is integrated into our daily lives. In Finland, we often refer to comprehensive security as a cooperative model of preparedness, where vital societal functions are handled collectively by authorities, businesses, NGOs, and citizens. Within this model, stakeholders share and analyze security and situational information, develop joint plans, and engage in joint training. One could say that municipalities and cities in Finland serve as the backbone of preparedness, ensuring the safety and well-being of their residents. Our mission is clear. It is to ensure the continuity of vital basic services in all situations and conditions. Security work is an integral part of city operations, not a separate entity managed in isolation. Our approach is comprehensive, proactive, and focused on prevention. We have recognized that no single entity can effectively address emergencies alone. Therefore, we have fostered a culture of cooperation, where collaboration, communication, and shared responsibility form the basis of our preparedness efforts. In Finland, municipal authorities also have a legal obligation to prepare for emergencies and disruptions. Preparedness is not just about having the necessary equipment and infrastructure, it also requires a well-trained and knowledgeable workforce. As a result, the city of Turku conducts joint training exercises with local and national authorities every year to ensure we are equipped to handle unexpected situations. When faced with emergencies, we can promptly activate our preparedness plans, effectively coordinating with government, agencies, and organizations. The smooth flow of information, resources, and assistance ensures a unified response and minimizes the impact of the crisis on the community. Cooperation and training within cities are not limited to specific types of emergencies. They encompass a wide range of scenarios, including natural disasters, pandemics, cyber attacks, and even terrorist attacks. In addition to addressing traditional security threats, we are increasingly concerned about marginalization, which pose challenges to our internal security and thus also to our external security. The will to defend the country is exceptionally high here in Finland, compared to almost any other European nation. To ensure it to be that, we must ensure that everyone in our diverse society feels a part of it and sees Finland as worth defending. Fighting against segregation, defending equality and our democratic values form the most important front in preventing conflicts. Wars do not begin with a clash of arms. Their root causes go much deeper. As a new member of NATO, I believe our model of comprehensive society and security and strong municipal participation is something other countries can learn from. Dear audience, as we discuss the importance of comprehensive security and the role of our democratic institutions, I want to highlight a few more contributions that our Turku area has to these efforts. As the oldest city in Finland and the former capital, we have always been Finland's gateway to the West. Our region is renowned for building for the world's largest cruiser ships and developing smart autonomous vessels. Currently, the Turku shipyard is, for instance, building 2 new multi-purpose vessels for the Finnish border guard, showcasing how our know-how also when it comes to building and developing technologies suitable for authority and military use. With this being said, I want to conclude with what I started with. Local communities are key players of democracy, and we must always remember that democracy is not a given, and we must not take it for granted. The message from generations that experienced the war is clear. A free and democratic country may seem like a given until it no longer is. With these words, I want to warmly welcome you all to Turku. I hope that this seminar brings forth new ideas and opportunities for cooperation, and I also encourage you to take some time to explore our beautiful city. Thank you very much.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I want to warmly welcome you all to the Baltic Sea Region Forum, to Turku and to the University of Turku. First of all, I want to thank the Centrum Balticum Foundation, headed by Professor Liuhto, again for arranging such an impressive conference connecting people from different fields and so from many, many countries. The forum offers us an exceptional opportunity to discuss urgent matters, this year emphasizing NATO and the Arctic Europe and issues surrounding those themes. Universities as neutral expert agencies are in the core of analyzing and also educating people to better understand the global wicked problems of our times. And one of the wicked problems, obviously, of our times is geopolitical insecurity, wars around the globe, also in Europe, in massive scale. We need more research and education to support and influence relevant authorities in decision-making, including that happening in conflict situations. One area of expertise of ours here in Turku, and especially in the Turku School of Economics, is future studies producing forecasting expertise. And I argue that foresight knowledge in these very turbulent and uncertain times is something that we all aspire for. Part of this agenda is our recent initiative to build scientifically informed, well-coordinated expertise on intelligence studies. And this is being planned together with the National Defense University of Finland. This is very exceptional. We are also a forerunner in the studies of security, of supply chains, and global trade policy overall, including, for example, the fragile relations between the US and China. Overall, I think we need more high-quality, comprehensive research, education, and societal discussion and impact on geopolitics and security issues. And this area is essentially multidisciplinary, and related research is done and education given in several disciplines at my school and more broadly at our university. But there is definitely more room for more of this type of activity, considering the uncertain futures we are facing. With these words, I want to once more warmly welcome you all to Turku and also to the University of Turku, to this high-profile Baltic Sea Region Forum. Thank you for coming, thanks for following online, and a big thank you once more to the organizers for great work. Slava Ukraini!
Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, thanks for the chance to speak to this seminar and address this distinguished audience. My name is Jukka Kopra, and I'm a chairman of the Defense Committee of the Parliament of Finland. The war in Ukraine will have and has a serious impact and effect on the security situation in Northern Europe and actually the whole Europe. The old brutal method of domination that Russia is implementing is a threat to whole Europe. This means that the world is changing and we have to adapt. Finland, unlike many other European countries, never did let its guard down even when the Cold War ended. We have 280,000 people in reserve, and our total reserve is 900,000 soldiers. And this means that our general conscription system guarantees that actually Finnish army is the strongest in Northern Europe. When it comes to defense material, Finland has a long-term planning cycle that spans over many years. After the Cold War, when other countries were getting rid of their defense equipment, Finland did actually quite the opposite. We acquired lots of material from countries that were getting rid of it and bought some new stuff. For example, we bought cheap main battle tanks. Now we have made decision to buy F-35s and etc. This means that our material situation is in very good shape, and actually we have material that is needed in type of war that is fought in Ukraine at the moment. Russia does not respect sovereign nations' borders, and its imperialistic leadership acts irrationally. As our former president Sauli Niinistö said in February 22 after the attack, the masks have come off and the cold face of the war is visible. We in Finland then decided to assess our security situation, and this led to conclusion to apply the membership of NATO. This was backed by full and strong support of Finnish people. Also, when we voted for the NATO membership in our parliament, the vote was 188 votes for and only 8 votes against joining the NATO. I'm also very pleased that our ally Sweden has been accessed to NATO. When you look at the map, you can clearly see that defending the Northern Europe is harder if Sweden is not a member of NATO. The Romans called Mediterranean Mare Nostrum our sea. The same expression can be, to a certain extent, be applied to Baltic Sea too. All coastal nations except Russia are at the moment members of NATO. The Baltic Sea region is very vulnerable to conventional and unconventional security threats, as is also for political and economical changes. May I remind you that Finland is exceptionally dependent on overseas connections. About 90% of Finland's exports and imports use sea routes. Defending the Baltic Sea region requires deep strategic cooperation, and we have to use, of course, the existing forums, but we have to design new ones as needed. We clearly need close and closer cooperation in the Baltic Sea region. The underwater explosions that happened in Nord Stream pipeline in September 22 are a good example of things that can happen in this new security situation. And we have to pay closer attention to these disruptive attacks that may affect the underwater and above water capabilities of the Baltic Sea. The damage done to Baltic Connector gas pipeline and data cables a year later clearly underline the situation that we have to take this challenge seriously, and the security on Baltic Sea is not on the level it should be. We have to work more on the region to increase resilience and tie EU and NATO together in this project. We are all in this together. Russia must be stopped in Ukraine and elsewhere. This clearly needs new strategic thinking and new measures from EU and from NATO and all the countries all across the Baltic and in Europe. I thank you for your attention.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor for me to address your forum, to speak to your distinguished audience. Russia's aggression continues. Full-scale aggressions continue. And my country is a key but not the only target. Putin's strategists are planning not only to take over a large European country, but also to reshape the entire world order, where power would take the place of law. Will of the dictators would take the place of human rights, and authoritarianism would substitute democracy. And maybe the most important, slavery would replace freedom. It's the plan of Putin. It's a Russian dream. Putin will not be deterred by the administrative borders of Ukraine's eastern and southern regions, which he seeks to occupy. Not will be if he minds the state borders of NATO members. Russians understand only one language, the language of force, the language of power. But they understand this language perfectly. And in order to withstand the Western, Wood should be strong and ready to use this force. The West should be ready. The situation at the front line is extremely difficult, but far from the catastrophic. Our troops continue to fight exhausting battles for villages and towns in Donetsk and Zaporizhzhia regions. But much worse, Russians are targeting critical infrastructure facilities that supply Ukrainian cities, towns and villages. First of all, major industrial cities in eastern and southern part of Ukraine. Putin is making good on his threat to create a gray zone. Meanwhile, not only and not so much the military, but children, women, and elderly people are dying and suffering. Russians use the strategies which have tested in Syria to provoke a migration crisis. These savage things, these savage atrocities can be stopped, but Ukraine needs advanced weaponry, lots of it. First of all, air defense system and munitions. We are sincerely grateful to the United States and the EU for their help, but this is not enough to stop the aggressor. It's no longer just about Ukraine. It's about the future of entire Europe. If today you don't find weaponry for Ukraine, tomorrow you will have to look for weaponry for yourselves. And what I think is much more important for you is that this will be your soldiers who will suffer and die. As right now, Ukrainians' best sons and daughters are suffering and dying at the front line. Ukraine is clearly aware that the war will end in negotiations. That is why President Zelensky's peace formula has been prepared and is being promoted. Our position is very simple, is extremely simple, and I am convinced that it will be supported by the participants on the Peace Summit in Switzerland in June 2024. This is a real diplomatic track that has every chance of contributing to a just peace. It's a real peace track. We should understand it. But we don't need a 2-year armistice. We need a sustainable peace for decades that would enable Ukrainian development. My country needs development. And this is, first of all, a matter of security guarantees. The security agreements that implemented last year's G7 statements are no doubt as an important step in the right direction. And we highly appreciate the efforts of President Stubb and the entire Finnish people who know better than anyone the critical importance of security for Russia's neighbors. However, what Ukraine needs is real, solid guarantees, and the Finnish example clearly demonstrates that today there is only one true guarantee in Europe: NATO membership, the Article 5. That is why we hope to get an invitation to join the alliance at this year's NATO summit in Washington. We are aware that membership will not happen tomorrow, but the invitation will calm down lots of hot heads in Russia, in Kremlin. It will contribute to de-escalation rather than being a confrontational step. I am returning for my words about language of power, which Russians understand perfectly. The experience of the Bucharest summit in 2008 clearly proved that in relations with Putin, clear certainly stabilized the situation, while its absence, ambiguity, provokes Russia to take aggressive steps. I would like once again to express my gratitude for this opportunity to address your forum. I wish you effective and fruitful work. Thank you so much.
Madam Chair, Madam Ambassador, Generals, Admirals, esteemed participants of the Baltic Sea Region Forum, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure to stand before you today at this pivotal forum as we engage in timely discussions on the geopolitical dynamics and the comprehensive importance of the Baltic Sea for the wider northern region. As the Finnish and Swedish NATO memberships is a fact, it is necessary to address NATO's evolving role in the area in regards with the complex and multifaceted nature of these northern waters. Talking about the Arctic and considering especially the Finnish territorial waters and the sea area north of the Åland Islands as part of the Arctic waters, we must recognize the annual severe icing and weather conditions prevalent in this region. These unique environmental factors require specialized knowledge, material and capabilities for effective operations in these Arctic conditions. The significance of possessing the know-how and the necessary material readiness, such as tailored naval and coastal units or even icebreakers to operate within these harsh waters. Icy waters and harsh waters cannot be overstated. To be honest, they are a prerequisite for any credible naval planning. This expertise supports the ability to conduct effective naval operations throughout the year. The mastery of Arctic naval operations, also in the extreme littorals, forms a pivotal component of the Finnish Navy's overall capability in the Baltic Sea and adjacent northern waters. As we all know, the Baltic Sea is a crucial area of communication, serving as a vital artery not only for Finland, Sweden and the Baltic states, but also for Russia. The Eastern Gulf of Finland, for example, is critically significant as it hosts some of Russia's largest commercial ports, such as St. Petersburg, Primorsk and Ust-Luga. Kaliningrad's position as geographically isolated enclave underscores the Baltic Sea's role as a critical route to mainland Russia. This corridor facilitates vital and steady military and logistical transports between Kaliningrad and St. Petersburg area, benefiting the larger Russia. Likewise, the Baltic Sea is equally vital for the Baltic states, Estonia, Lithuania, and Latvia, as well as Sweden and Finland, serving as a lifeline for their economic and security efforts. For these nations, the sea offers critical routes for military transport, logistical support, energy, information, international trade, and the security of supply. Moreover, the Baltic Sea holds significant military value for these countries, acting as a staging area and a buffer zone in the event of regional conflicts. This proximity of these nations to Russia, amplifies the sea's importance as a critical area for surveillance, naval operations, and sea control. Control of the northern Baltic Sea is vital for Finland. To ensure that Finland has the control over the northern Baltic Sea is all important for our national security and economic interests. Today, our naval capabilities are up to date and tailored for these operations in the Baltic Sea, where our geographic and nowadays strategic positioning gives us a major advantage. The Baltic Sea's operational landscape is defined by a complex interplay of diverse actors and interests. The numerous operators and stakeholders in the region include national defense forces, not only navies, of course, the alliance and additional naval forces operating in the region, maritime authorities, NGOs, commercial operators, as well as recreational stakeholders. The critical infrastructure in the ports, fairways, energy installations, and undersea infrastructure adds another layer of crucial resources and elements to be protected. To expand the Baltic Sea region even further, the strategic triangle formed by the Baltic Sea, the Arctic, and GI-UK gap is instrumental in understanding the regional security architecture. Each tip of this triangle not only supports but also amplifies the strategic imperatives of the others. Russia's military posture, such as the bastion defense concept and naval operations in the Baltic, are strategically aimed at securing its own vital roads, as well as against NATO's northern expansion and maintaining a buffer zone against potential threats. The Baltic Sea's focal relevance is also increasingly associated with non-traditional security challenges. Russia's adept use of hybrid tactics or wide-spectrum influencing is indicative of its strategy designed to exploit regional vulnerabilities subtly and effectively. These actions necessitate a vigilant, robust, and adaptive security posture from NATO, its allies, and as well as the EU. Mitigating hybrid threats against the region's critical underwater infrastructure requires enduring presence and robust surveillance of both Finland and the other regional states. The confined and shallow waters of the Baltic Sea are, along with environmental hazards, extra vulnerable to sabotage, such as disruptions of undersea cables. The Finnish Navy is prioritizing its enhancement of our undersea surveillance capabilities and developing comprehensive and combined contingency plans nationally and as part of the alliance to swiftly address any potential disruptions. Recognizing the Baltic Sea's complex security challenges, Finland's naval posture is integral in addressing them. The sea's critical importance for both economic and military activities has led Finland to maintain high readiness and to substantially invest in modernizing its fleets and surveillance technologies. These include the ongoing acquisition of new multi-role corvettes and the upgrading of existing vessels with advanced sensors and weapon systems capable of operating in the challenging conditions of the Baltic Sea all year round. The coastal forces' mobility, all-weather surveillance capabilities, firepower, and protective systems will be further developed to meet the future requirements. Cooperation with NATO and neighboring countries is the second cornerstone of Finland's strategic approach. Combined with joint exercises and coordination initiatives support interoperability and collective defense mechanisms. These actions ensure operational depth, broad situational awareness, logistical support, expanded freedom of maneuver, and a unified response to potential hybrid threats, including cyber intrusions and unconventional warfare tactics that could disrupt the maritime domain in the confined Baltic Sea region. The importance of detailed naval coordination among the Baltic Sea region navies has never been more called for. As the latest NATO members, Finland and Sweden, are integrating into the alliance, the Baltic Sea is transforming into a near-complete NATO maritime domain. This shift not only alters the strategic balance, but also significantly enhances NATO's capability to monitor and control maritime activities effectively. We are collectively committed to increasing interoperability among the Baltic Sea coastal states and the navies, aligning maritime surveillance and enhancing information sharing to maintain a credible defense posture. Annual combined joint naval exercises, coordinated operations, and the development of rapid response capabilities and operational avenues are essential to fortifying our collective security framework, deterrence and defense. However, even with NATO's expanded presence in the area, Russia and the permanent geography have a vote too, and the Baltic Sea remains to be fragile, confined, cluttered, and contested area. The presence of NATO's maritime forces alongside with the national navies of bordering countries require enhanced cooperation and strategic alignment to ensure a unified response to potential threats and to maintain deterrence in these contested regions. This complex environment underlines the importance of establishing clear communication channels, shared surveillance and reconnaissance missions, and coordinated security measures to manage the intricate balance of power and to maintain peace in the Baltic Sea region. In conclusion, the region's strategic, economic and environmental significance calls for a common effort that transcends individual national interests, but also preserves the fragile environment in the Baltic Sea. Coordination and coordinated efforts among all actors and stakeholders are crucial for the region. By sharing information, responsibilities and resources, we can avoid duplication of efforts and ensure that all activities are conducted efficiently and responsibly. This integrated approach fosters a holistic security posture that leverages the strengths of each sector to protect and support the well-being of the Baltic Sea region. Such cooperation ensures that all activities, whether defense-related, civilian or commercial, are aligned with broader regional goals, contributing to stability and prosperity for all involved parties. The Baltic Sea remains a unique Arctic theatre of complex interactions, and it holds significant political, military, economical, and infrastructural stakes for the regional states and its millions of inhabitants. NATO maintains presence and high-end capabilities in the Baltic Sea region. Finland will maintain and develop its well-established defense posture, carry its own share of the NATO's peacetime operations and force contribution, and remains a steady and capable ally for the alliance. Our tailored national naval capabilities and holistic approach to maritime defense and security cooperation are our most potent assets in maintaining stability and deterring aggression in the Baltic Sea region. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attention.
I'm always impressed when I go to speak in another country and the entire auditorium switches to English just because of me. So it's a little bit embarrassing. And I also have to say I come from North Florida, the part that you never go to. You go down here. I live in the poor part. And the English we speak there is nothing like the perfect English you learned in school. So I will go slow so that you can get your ears tuned. Obviously, I'm happy to have seen a couple of old friends here today. Brigadier General Yuri Raitsalo, the commander of the famous Karelian Brigade, and I look forward to coming to visit, but it'll have to be in May or June. I'm not coming up there any other month. I'm especially happy to see my friend Seppo Toivonen, the former chief of the Finnish Army, a national treasure for Finland, one of the best strategic thinkers, best trainers, did so much to make sure that Finnish land forces were prepared for whatever they would be needed to do. When I was still the commander of U.S. Army Europe, Seppo took me to an exercise. I was astounded at how realistic live fire training was for brand new soldiers. And of course, he was very proud of the Leopard tanks that were participating in the exercise. I said, wow, I did not know you had Leopards. He said, yeah, we bought them from the Dutch. I said, oh, cool. I said, the Dutch want them back. He said, hell no. So, so you can thank the foresight of your former Army commander. Dear Professor Liuhto, Kari, thank you for this invitation and the privilege to be a part of today's forum. Yesterday's visit through the local area and the archipelago was a terrific opportunity for me to appreciate the unique geography and capabilities of this part of Finland. Conversations with members of our party helped me better understand the history, geography, vulnerabilities, and opportunities of the Baltic Sea and Finland's crucial role here as a NATO ally. It's part of why the United States is so interested in Finland and why all of us are grateful that Finland has joined NATO, the most successful alliance in the history of the world. In addition to your geography, Finland brings a strong, resilient society, very capable and effective armed forces, a strong defense industry, and strong liberal democratic values. NATO got better the day that Finland became a member. I was impressed yesterday observing the Finnish tradition of flying your national colors on your Memorial Day to honor those Finnish soldiers who were lost in battle defending Finland. Last night I enjoyed listening to two distinguished women, Mayor Minna Arve of Turku and Ambassador Olga Dubrova of Ukraine, as they talked about the relationship between Turku and Kharkiv, the importance of societal resilience, and the role of municipalities in the eventual post-war reconstruction of Ukraine. Listening to them, I was reminded again of the power of positive leadership. Nothing worthwhile has ever been achieved by a room full of grumpy people with a negative attitude. These two women are great examples of positive leadership. Today, the United States and our allies face global challenges. The question is, do we have the political will, the industrial capacity, the economic leverage, and military capability to overcome those challenges? Can we organize ourselves for victory? Not for a better negotiating position, for victory, or will we just kick the can down the road? The Kremlin's war against Ukraine continues well into its 10th year since Russia first invaded Ukraine, and now more than 2 years since the start of the large-scale invasion. But Russia is not alone. Iran, its closest ally, delivers Shahed drones and helpfully distracts Western resources and attention away from Ukraine through the attacks of its proxies, Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis. Hamas is actively engaged in a deadly battle with Israeli Defense Forces in Gaza, following the shocking Hamas atrocities of October the 7th. But the excessive use of force by the Israeli Defense Force in pursuit of Prime Minister Netanyahu's directive to destroy Hamas has added enormous difficulties to the task of finding a solution that brings home hostages, stops the killing of innocent Palestinians, and provides a sustainable two-state solution. Iran's other proxies, the Houthis and Hezbollah, launch rockets at Israeli and U.S. troops in the region and at international commercial shipping in the Red Sea. North Korea provides ammunition, including large ballistic missiles that have been used against Ukrainian cities. Meanwhile, China brazenly defies red lines from President Biden about providing material support to Russia's war effort, openly providing critical components needed for the production of missiles and drones that are used to kill innocent Ukrainian civilians. In the long term, Beijing is watching to see if the West is willing to help Ukraine defeat Russia. Do we have the ability to limit the war in Gaza from escalating beyond the borders of Israel? And can we deter Iran from further strikes against U.S. forces in Syria? And will we still have enough left to deter China from its own illegal claims in the South China Sea, or aggression against the Philippines, or potentially against Taiwan? China, Iran, and Russia share a disdain for the international rules-based order created after the Second World War, from which so many of us have benefited and prospered, and which we seem to take for granted. They see weakness in our resolve and vulnerabilities in our societies, and they use multiple means to exploit the lack of trust and coherence. They see the disastrous conclusion to the 20 years of war in Afghanistan as evidence that no nation can really trust Western powers as reliable partners. These challenges from China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea are linked, and I think they should be seen as parts of one strategic whole. Doing so will help us develop clearly defined strategic objectives and priorities, and cause us to get our industrial capacity and military capabilities to the necessary levels for effective deterrence and, if necessary, effective defense. So how do we organize for victory? How do we in the West, a collection of democratic societies, muster the combined political will, unlock the enormous industrial capacity, use all of the economic tools at our disposal, and deploy our unmatched military capabilities to meet these threats to our strategic interests? The early years of the Second World War offer an example of how. In January 1942, after nearly 3 years of continuous disaster for Great Britain at the hands of Nazi Germany and Imperial Japan, and in the immediate aftermath of Japan's destruction of most of the U.S. Pacific Fleet in Pearl Harbor, U.S. President Franklin D. Roosevelt and British Prime Minister Winston Churchill met in Washington, D.C. at the Arcadia Conference to discuss a strategy for winning the war. At a time when there was little reason for optimism, and knowing that most Americans actually opposed going into a land war in Europe, Roosevelt and Churchill nonetheless agreed on the strategic priority of defeating Nazi Germany first, as it became known. 1 year later, in January 1943, at the Casablanca Conference, Roosevelt and Churchill met again to agree on a strategic objective, an end state for the war known as unconditional surrender of Nazi Germany and Imperial Japan. Not a better negotiating position, unconditional surrender. Having thus established the war's strategic objective and priority, the Allied leaders organized their defense industries and built the enormous armies, navies, and air forces that would be needed to win the war. I think we need to return to the clarity of Churchill and Roosevelt. The West must defeat Russia first. This is how we deter an expanded war in Europe, in the Middle East, and it's how we deter China. When China sees that we are willing and able to do everything necessary to help defeat Russia, they will be deterred from similar aggressive thoughts. The current situation in Ukraine is obviously very difficult, but it's not lost. In fact, it's nothing close to being lost, even though there are a lot of doomers walking around. I remain confident that Ukraine will eventually defeat Russia and eject the occupiers back to the 1991 borders. After 10 years of war, with the Kremlin holding every advantage, Russia still controls less than 20% of Ukraine. The Russian Navy and Air Force have failed their principal tasks and are suffering enormous losses. Ukraine has changed the character of naval warfare, winning the Battle of the Black Sea without a traditional navy of their own. 500,000 Russian soldiers have been killed or wounded. The Russians have thus far not demonstrated the operational capability to achieve significant exploitation of local tactical successes in the furthest eastern part of Ukraine, nor do they have the ability to knock Ukraine out of the war. Ukraine can still win this war, but the West must do more. First and foremost, my president, President Biden, and his administration need to clearly declare that it is our strategic objective that Ukraine wins this war. The failure of the administration to explain to the American people that it's in our strategic interest, this is not charity to Ukraine or because we're inspired by their courage, it is in our strategic interest that Ukraine defeats Russia. The failure of the administration to do that has led to self-deterring policies and incremental decision-making. This failure also left open the door for disinformation and for the MAGA-led Republican Party to delay the aid package for Ukraine for 8 months, even though most Americans, including most members of Congress, actually support Ukraine. Without a clearly defined strategic objective, it is impossible to have effective strategy that combines all of our diplomatic, information, military, and economic power. It is impossible to develop policies that enable that strategy. The recent confusion about whether or not the nonsensical policy of restricting Ukrainians from using American-provided weapons against targets inside of Russia is a clear example of this. Ukraine needs the capability to make Crimea, the decisive terrain of this war, untenable for the Russian Navy, the Russian Air Force, and Russian logistics. Ukraine has already proven the concept with just 3 British-provided Storm Shadow missiles, destroying the Black Sea Fleet headquarters and the principal maintenance capability in Sevastopol, which forced the Black Sea Fleet to withdraw to Novorossiysk. Ukraine also needs the capability to neutralize Russia's massed infantry. That means long-range precision strike capability, which will destroy Russian headquarters, Russian artillery, and Russian logistics, without which massed Russian infantry are ineffective. The US and Germany can provide this capability, in addition to what UK and France are already providing. Thankfully, the United States, after more than 2 years, finally agreed to provide the 300-kilometer range ATACMS missile. That means that nearly every square kilometer of Ukraine, of Russian-occupied Ukraine, including Crimea, is within the range of Ukrainian forces. Hopefully, Germany will change its policy restricting the provision of Taurus, a 500-kilometer range cruise missile. The key to Germany changing that policy will be the United States assuring the German Bundeskanzler that we will not allow Russia to threaten Germany with nuclear escalation. There is an excessive, unreasonable fear in Washington and in Berlin of the threat of nuclear escalation, which is in fact what is preventing the West from clearly identifying the strategic objective that we want Ukraine to win this war. Too many people believe that Russia will use a nuclear weapon of some sort if Ukraine liberates Crimea, or when it becomes clear that Ukrainian forces are going to defeat Russia and drive them back to the 1991 internationally recognized sovereign borders of Ukraine. Russia clearly has thousands of nuclear warheads, and they clearly don't care how many innocent people they kill, but I don't believe they'll use a nuclear weapon at all. There's zero benefit for Russia to use a nuclear weapon. Their nukes are actually most useful to them when they don't employ them, because they see how we deter ourselves, that we are reluctant to do what is so obviously needs to be done because they might use a nuclear weapon. When they declared a year ago that they might move a nuclear weapon to Belarus, people all over Washington and Berlin were wetting themselves like, oh my God. But if you know anything about nuclear weapons, moving it into Belarus did zero to change the capability or the likelihood. It was just them reminding us, hey, we have nuclear weapons. This is why we have thus far not been willing to give full support to Ukraine, or even to say that we want them to win, even though it's in our own interest. We've got to figure out how to change this misunderstanding of Russian nuclear threats. I think that Ukraine actually could be best at explaining this, because Ukraine's experience as part of the former Soviet Union in understanding how Russia uses nuclear weapons, how they think about using nuclear weapons, what the process would be, help educate our leadership in the United States and in Berlin. Ukrainian armed forces must use this year to stabilize the situation, as they are doing now near Kharkiv and in eastern Ukraine, to buy time for fixing problems and for building combat power for future offensive operations. Ukrainian armed forces will continue to attack the Russian oil and gas infrastructure. These attacks are already having increasingly good effect on Russia's ability to prosecute the war. Ukraine must also use this year to grow the army in order to reconstitute worn-out units and build and train new units, and develop capabilities to counter Russia's drone and electronic warfare advantages. This will require tough decisions by the Ukrainian government to fix the personnel system to generate the manpower required to build additional brigades. This year, 2024, is also the year of industrial competition, and the West must win this competition. As at the beginning of World War II, the combined defense industries of the West have enormous potential. It dwarfs whatever Russia has on its best day when you combine the economies of the EU, the United States, the UK, and Canada, plus Australia, South Korea, and Japan. But this needs to become an urgent priority. Expanding industrial capacity in Ukraine and in the West, reliable delivery of ammunition, and moving maintenance capabilities forward into Ukraine are all achievable this year if we have the political will. Ammunition production in Europe and the U.S. is picking up some momentum. The U.S. has already quadrupled the production of 155 millimeter ammunition. However, 70% of what EU nations produce currently goes to customers outside of Europe, Uganda, UAE, and so on. Nations should reprioritize that ammunition to Ukraine. Organizing for victory also requires us to anticipate success, to think about what should happen after Ukraine has defeated Russia. The requirement for a Russia containment strategy 2.0 is upon us now. Our best partner for understanding Russia and knowing how to fight it will be Ukraine. Ukraine will be a bulwark against Putin's clearly articulated plans for further European conquest. The survival of Ukraine and the necessity to bring them into NATO is paramount to a new European and global deterrence and containment strategy. We cannot waste this opportunity to learn our own lessons, The war in Ukraine is what failed deterrence looks like. Russia attacked in 2022 because they saw we did not respond after they attacked Georgia in 2008. They saw that we did not respond after they jumped over red lines in Syria. And they saw that we did not respond after they attacked Ukraine in 2014. They heard the French president say that NATO was brain dead. They saw the chaos in the United States on January the 6th. They saw the disastrous end of our Afghan campaign. They saw Germany working on Nord Stream 2 late into 2021. They did not believe that we were ready or willing to defend what we said was important to us. We cannot make that same mistake again. Strong societies and strong alliances are essential to deterrence. That means that NATO forces must protect the cohesion of our alliance so that there is never any question of whether or not any nation will fulfill its Article 5 obligations. We need to practice and practice and practice our newly developed regional defense plans. And we need to significantly increase our air and missile defense capabilities. If Russia has made the terrible decision to attack a NATO country, they will have also already made the terrible decision to launch missile strikes and drones against our civilian infrastructure as they have done in Ukraine. We must prepare for that. We know from history that war is a test of will and a test of logistics. We've got the industrial potential to deliver the necessary logistics to defeat Russia first, isolate Iran and North Korea, and deter China. But do we have the political will to organize ourselves for victory? I have a dear Finnish friend, Minna. She used to work in Berlin and she came back to Helsinki. She said, Ben, do you know why the Finns are never scared? Because we're always prepared. We need a return to the clarity of Churchill and Roosevelt, who communicated clear strategic priorities to the public, industry, and the military. Our elected leaders must speak to us as adults, explain the threats and costs and sacrifices we must all make to protect our strategic interests. We don't need to be scared, we need to be prepared. Thank you.
Okay, I think we are ready to start, so it's a few minutes past. Your Excellencies, dear audience here and online, and honored participant of the first panel, you are welcome. I am Maria Stenroos. I'm a NATO correspondent at Yle, the Finnish broadcasting company. I cover NATO and Finnish national defense security policy there. But we are here to discuss the military challenges of Arctic Europe. We have seen tensions growing in the north. There was talk about these broken cables and pipelines. Russia is remilitarizing the old military bases by the Arctic Sea and tells about new armament on its western border. The war in Ukraine continues for third year, or actually 10th year. NATO is strengthening the peacetime posture in eastern flank. There are new defense plans, fresh members, and big military drills. At the meantime, for us, there is no acute military threat. And now it's time to discuss what do we see and what should we think about the situation in Arctic Europe. We have 1.5 hours time, and it's not the time to agree, but to debate. And Meelis promised to provoke. So let's see. I will present you the panelists, but before that, I will tell you that the structure of the panel, because Arctic is like, a big issue, and we could share it in like 4 bites this time we have. First, we will take a look at the current situation at the Baltic Sea and the Arctic. then Russia's rebuilding of military capacity, then a very acute theme of how to protect the societies and role of hybrid warfare. And then in the end, we could take a look at the future military cooperation and defense in the Baltics, in the Nordics and the Arctic. But now we could start with all these 6 men who are here. So Niklas Eklund from Sverige, Sweden. Niklas is a professor in Umeå University in politics and public administration, and he's specialized in Arctic, Russian studies, infrastructure and information security. And we have Mihailo Gonchar from Ukraine. Mihailo is the president of Center Strategy 21 and editor-in-chief of the Black Sea Security Journal. And he has expertise in national and internal security and a very long and long-sided career. And here we have Paul Hilde from Norway. And Paul is a professor in the Institute of Defense Studies in Norwegian Defense University College. And Paul's main research interests are Norwegian security and defense policy, NATO and the Arctic. And here from Estonia we have Meelis Oitsalu. Meelis is editor for defense and governance issue in Postimees media. And he's also a former official in Ministry of Defense until 21, where he was working with the defense plans. And we have Michael Pohl from Germany, and you are a senior fellow in German Institute for International and Security Affairs. And he works there as a project director of Armed Forces Dialogue and Maritime Security Dialogue. And then from Finland we have Jyri Raitasalo, who is a commander in Karelia Brigade, and he has also worked in Ministry of Defense as a military advisor to the Minister of Defense, and also as a military professor in Finnish National Defense University. And now we could start with short introductions from each of you, now in the beginning, 2 minutes. And I will pose one question because we have been sending messages a bit, and so you could also tell a bit about what you are working with at the moment. We could start with Niklas. So last years have been changing the geopolitics. If we now take a look on what's happening around here in the north, what should we pay attention to?
Well, thank you. Thank you for inviting me here. I will, 2 minutes. Okay.
Yep. And then we can discuss. We can come back. Yeah.
2 minutes. Okay, briefly, I think my main concern is that we discuss NATO and NATO membership, which is really great. Finland and Sweden are members of NATO now. Yippee. But we discuss it in terms of Article 5, particularly in Sweden. Article 5 has been the main momentum, if you like, politically. What we have not discussed enough is Article 3. Article 5 is how you fight, how you defend. Article 3 is how you deter. And Article 3 also contains very serious business to do with how we develop our societies, how we form resilience. And I really enjoyed the words that were said about Finnish society resilience this morning. I agree totally. But as far as my home country goes, I still have concerns. But one of my main concerns is not so much what we do nationally, but what we don't do internationally in terms of interoperability, but also in terms of how we build resilience together. And this is why my main concern actually in terms of research has been for a number of years now, infrastructure and infrastructural projects. There's a very interesting initiative on the part of the Finnish government to improve infrastructure in the high north of both Finland, Sweden and Norway. Maybe that's something we can discuss more as we go on. I think Article 3 mainly also demands that we form good supply chains. I visited a seminar in Stockholm, the first NATO seminar held in Stockholm a few weeks ago, actually. It was all on civil protection group stuff. What was interesting about what was said there was you train as you fight. In other words, the many things we still have to do, the long road we have to walk to form resilience, not least infrastructurally, in an east-west perspective between Finland, Norway, and Sweden. Thank you.
Thank you, Niklas. And Mihail Konchar, in Ukraine, you have been following closely the Russian military activity on the Black Sea. And since the aggression of Russian, like during 10 years. Tell us what you have seen, and considering that, what kind of incidents could we see here in North?
Thank you. First of all, thank you so much for invitation, Professor Kari, for you to participate in this very interesting forum. To understand what Russia can do in Arctic seas, from my point of view, it's necessary to look what has done in the Black Sea, is doing in the Baltic Sea and North Sea. By deploying its armed forces, Russia attempts to seizure or destroy enemy's energy infrastructure and energy potential. After occupation of Ukrainian Crimean Peninsula, Russia seized drilling rigs and extraction platforms of Ukrainian state-owned oil and gas company. But this was done not only for the purpose of controlling shale gas extraction. Russia placed on the captured rigs and platforms equipment for the control of sea, air, and underwater space in the sector between occupied Crimean Peninsula and coasts of Ukraine and Romania. This allowed Russia to have a certain advantage for conducting hostilities against Ukraine at Black Sea. Russian armed forces, which were trained by Kremlin to conduct warfare in Arctic, suffered losses in Ukraine. For instance, from the 80s separate motor rifle Arctic Brigade based in Alakurti in Karjala, approximately 50 kilometers from border of Suomi, suffered losses near Ukrainian Kherson in the winter of 2023. The maritime forces of the Northern and Baltic fleets of Russian Navy took part in operations on the Black Sea coast and suffered considerable losses too. In particular, two of groups of 6 large landing crafts of both fleets, which were sent to the Black Sea in 2022, were lost. Therefore, this is a plus for Baltic region and the Arctic region, since Russian military capabilities in Arctic have partially decreased. However, Russia has a formation that has not suffered losses in Ukraine. This formation conducted and continuous training to confront with NATO on seas, on the surface of Northern Atlantic and Western Arctic. This is the main directorate of deep sea research of the Ministry of Defense of Russia. But not only. In Baltic region, Russia has several special formations which located near Königsberg, Parusne, Baltisk. Generals very good know these points. What Russia might be doing, I will speak later. If it will be possible. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So when we talk about Arctic Europe, it's not, clear what does it mean, and the Arctic is, huge area. And Paul, you are specialized on the Arctic, and you would could you explain us what do we talk about when we talk about Arctic? What are there are many different regions.
Mm-hmm. Yes, first of all, I'd like to start as well by thanking Kari and colleagues for inviting me here to Turku. It's almost 40 years since I was here last, so it's about time that I came back. I'll use my 2 minutes of fame to make 5 points. And the first one is exactly the one you made, that the Arctic is a very, very big place. And the European Arctic is very different from the other parts of the Arctic. And the main reason why the European part, and this is the second point, the main reason why the European Arctic is different is the Gulf Stream, as in the warm water that flows from the Gulf of Mexico up through the Norwegian Sea and into the Barents Sea. And point 3, the Gulf Stream is also the one key reason, if not the key reason, for why the Arctic Europe has a military significance. Because given that the North Atlantic, as in the Norwegian Sea and the Barents Sea, are ice-free for most of the year, or if not all of the year, that makes it possible for gives Russia and previously the Soviet Union an outlet to the world's oceans. So in that sense, and this is a digression, but Admiral Tiilikaisen's sort of mention of the Gulf of Bothnia and the ice coverage there, it makes actually the Gulf of Bothnia more Arctic than even the western parts of the Barents Sea. Point 4, from a strategic perspective, this maritime part and the sort of the presence of the Northern Fleet on the Kola Peninsula is the main reason why the Arctic has a military significance. And the most important part of the Northern Fleet, again, are the strategic submarines with long-range ballistic missiles. And these SSBNs, as they're called, imbue the European Arctic with a different kind of dynamic and different kind of players than you'd find in other parts of Europe, including, for instance, in the Baltic Sea. So also from a European perspective, the Arctic, European Arctic is very different.
Thanks. And then we will continue with Meelis, and you're from Estonia. So for NATO, the most important thing is deterrence. How should this be evolved in the Arctic area?
Well, I guess we have the same kind of problems in the Arctic area that we faced with Ukraine. First of all, we saw the developments coming from a distant past. It was in 2001 when Russia placed their claim in the UN for the Northern Pole area. 2007, they planted, at least they say they did so, a flag on the Northern Pole. Nobody has actually checked that. Maybe it was an information operation. And last year, during this Ukrainian upheaval, the UN actually recognized officially their claim for the claimed territory on the Northern Pole and is officially processing it. So first of all, we see things coming. We don't too much. Of course, other nations have also placed their claims, but this is not news. For some reasons, I prepared for this discussions with the help of YouTube videos, partly, and we can see a spur or you know, a new activity with this Arctic topic. Suddenly, maybe it's because of the Ukraine war, but suddenly this topic is hot now, 20 years after Russia made their first move. So we have to think about this. I'm currently working as a journalist, as moderator said. I worked in the MOD before that, and I have witnessed both sides of the strategic communications in defense. And having witnessed that, I can say from both sides of the wall of strategic communication that things get sugar-coated a lot. Here as well, we are instinctively sugar-coating things. We don't actually talk about things how they are even in front of very harsh developments. When we have big danger, imminent danger, then we tend to crisis manage our communications and sugarcoat even more. So this would be my opening here. It's good that we have journalists moderating, and here as well, I think it should be a standard that you don't have journalists sitting in the conference audiences and watching officials sugarcoating things and leaking each other. So looking forward for this conversation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And from Germany we have Michael Paul. At the moment, how do you see the relevance of the Arctic for NATO, and what kind of a future you see? Should we, for example, organize military drills on the Arctic area?
Yeah, the Arctic is for Germany something which it still has to explore from a national security point of view. We had a big research financed by the Alfred Wegener Institute and the Mosaic expedition 2 years ago, still supported by Russian icebreakers and so on. So those were the times where we could still work with Russia, and we didn't need their support for these scientific missions, which totally stopped now after the war. So sometimes it seems to me like a fairy tale that I was responsible for 20 years armed forces dialogue with Russia. But okay, that was a trilateral initiative in 1995, initiated by the chairman of the military committee of NATO, so that we get together and understand the thinking of Russian military leaders. Okay, that's over the time, and right now we are in full swing of rebuilding our armed forces, and from my point of view, we must especially improve situational awareness across the high north and the Arctic, and NATO should develop a strategy that takes into account broader deterrence and defense plans. And we remember that NATO just at the Vilnius summit in last year called Russia's capabilities in the high north a strategic challenge to the alliance, but we don't have yet a strategy for the Arctic. So being part of the German Navy's objectives, Poseidon maritime patrol aircraft can hopefully soon contribute to the implementation of naval deterrence and enhance NATO's anti-submarine warfare capabilities. Currently, the procurement of Poseidon aircraft looks like a success story with full operational capability in 2027. So with that aspect, I'm quite optimistic. I'm not so optimistic with respect to Taurus. Okay, thanks.
And then Juri, Finland is the second newest member of NATO, and we have the famous 1,300 kilometers of border with Russia. And because you work as commander in the Karelia Brigade in southeastern Finland, so give us a sight. What do you see when you look at what's happening in Russia at the moment?
Yes, well, thank you. First of all, I would like to thank Kari and all the organizers of this event for having the opportunity to talk here. I have 3 points concerning what's going on at the moment. I start at the top. The first is that for me, Russia's start of the big war 2+ years ago has been a giant failure, a blunder of biblical proportions. And now Russian state leadership is trying to manage the situation as well as it can to get out of this mess that they are in now. And it's really hard for them because it's not only about who wins or what does victory look like, but it's also kind of the continuation of the political leadership in Russia, and the regime's existence is at stake here because there is no system of political succession in Russia that we know of. So anything could happen if the war goes badly, and it could happen fast. So that would be my first point. This is going really bad for Russia, and it's going to define their actions as long as the current leadership is there. And if there is a leadership change, we don't know actually if it's going to be for the better or for the worse. Then the second point is related to what you talked about a little bit about the hybrid warfare aspects. For me, the fact that Russia started this big war in February 2022 means that they actually had already lost the hybrid war, because they had what we call in the West hybrid war. I do think that they had attempted for more than a decade to influence Ukraine in a way that would be beneficial for Russia, whether using information, cyber, coercion, bribery, and all the nasty tricks that you have in the book of the dark arts, and they failed. They didn't get what they wanted, so they resorted to the large-scale use of violence, which is war. So for me, this means that Russia is not a genius hybrid warfare player. It is using all the tools that it has at its disposal, and they are, at the moment, they are all negative tools. They are coercive tools. It has nothing kind of a power of attraction, ways to operate. So what we can expect in the future is these tools being used in several ways against Ukraine and the West more broadly. And I'll be happy to talk more about how to kind of counter this in the future. And then the third aspect, going to the little bit more grassroots level of military things, how does it look to me? It looks like, first of all, next to Finnish border, there are two highly important areas for Russia: the Kola Peninsula, which is kind of the ground or the crown jewels of its nuclear deterrent force, and then there's the St. Petersburg area, with its administrative, political, and military strategic significance. So these are really important areas. So there was quite a lot of, or some military bases and forces before the war. Now they are practically gone. They have been fighting. They have been retreated in Ukraine. But when some kind of a solution to the war in Ukraine comes, whether it's 5 years or 1 year, or we don't know, I'm sure that they will rebuild, and they will build more than there was before the war started. So that's for sure. But it's going to take time. Military capability development is it's a slow business. So it takes long term to get capabilities. If you want a new armored brigade, it's going to take you 10 years and 10 billion euros, just to take it on top of my head. So there are no quick solutions. Russia has made its society and its state operate at the kind of a military mode as we speak, diverting a lot of resources, so they can do it a little bit faster than most states, but it's still going to take a lot of time for Russia to have a competent combined arms army and all the other capabilities that it needs to be really credible in the future. But the downside for us is it has mass, and it has no problem of using mass, even people, by the hundreds of thousands to get what it wants. So that is kind of with the bad military, but enough mass, you can cause a lot of destruction, and that is the downside.
Thanks. We will come back to many of the points you mentioned. But first, we can continue a bit with the current situation at the Baltic Sea and the Arctic. With Niklas, when you look at this current situation and you look at the trend for like 20 years past, what has changed most? Why we now talk about the Arctic?
You mean what has changed in the past 20 years?
Yes.
Looking at the Arctic?
Now we have, of course, this war in Ukraine, and
right.
For us is we talk about Arctic, but why?
It's very interesting. If I may use Sweden as an example, then 20 years ago, Sweden didn't even know the Arctic existed. Well, that's probably.
I think the Finns still don't know that it exists, but.
The first ever Arctic policy in Sweden came about in 2011, and that was only the result of actually being, having to assume chairmanship of the Arctic Council, an organization which we joined not really knowing why either, which is really interesting. But then you see, in the early 2000s, there was this massive movement, call it the environmental movement, where governments all over the European Union and Europe were saying basically that, Arctic amplification is real. We have to worry about the future. And for all of the rest of you with gray hair out there, you probably remember what it was like. There was a sea change politically in Europe all over the place. And that's sort of where Sweden came in. We were worried about climate change and what was going to happen. And this then stayed on. The the securitization of the Arctic really doesn't start for real before 2014. And I think, again, you know, to use Sweden as an example, not even then, actually. There's really been this huge acceleration, I think, since 2022 in terms of interpreting the Arctic in geostrategic terms. Although there was a new Arctic policy coming out again in 2020, I think it was, where all of a sudden Russia was an enemy, and it wasn't in the first Arctic policy. Yeah. And I know Sweden and Finland are different in this respect. I also know that Norway has a different approach because of its own high north and longer-standing relationships with Russia, or what is currently Russia, and before that the Soviet Union. But in general, I would say that in Sweden there's this sense of waking up to a new reality, and I think part of that is still going on. And I believe a lot of people would like to go back to, you know, 2010 or something and say that it's still about the environment. It is. It is. I mean, Arctic amplification is huge and quick. But there is the security dimension now that we're still struggling with, I think.
Yeah. Yes. And then I will ask you again from Paul. Yes.
Yes, I think, you know, looking at the Arctic area in non-military terms was not only just that the Western states didn't realize or see that there could be security implications. I think it was also kind of a result of actual policy decisions of not securitizing the Arctic. So I had the possibility of being 2 times 10 years ago, 2011 and 2013, when all the chiefs of defense, top generals in all the Arctic countries met, including Russia. Gerasimov was there. And they were talking and listening to all of them. I would say seven countries stating that let's not securitize, let's not make it a military issue. And Russia was speaking a little bit in the same language, but of course doing something else. But I think that, you know, the kind of the notion that let's not securitize the Arctic has been a political decision of how to see Arctic in an era when people thought that we could still have this globalized view of interdependence trumping all conflicts. So it was not just, you know, that we couldn't see it, but we decided to see something else also.
Yeah, and Paul, I think you said that the strategic meaning of Arctic becomes because of the Kola Peninsula and the Arctic Fleet, but it has been there all the time.
Mm-hmm. What changes in my eyes is basically 2 things. One is the sort of the environmental side that Nicholas talked about, and then this sort of realization that climate change is happening in the Arctic much faster than it is elsewhere. But partly connected to that, you have an economic side. Beginning in the early 2000s, you have this sort of notion of the Arctic as the new Klondike, as in the new promised land when it comes to first of all oil and gas, but other resources, but also shipping. And there has been a lot of hype and exaggeration when it comes to sort of the role the Arctic can play in this sense. And there have also been changes in the sort of the environment, as in the discovery of shale oil and shale gas in the United States changed the international gas market, for instance, and took off, sort of took a lot of interest away from the European part of the Arctic, where there's a lot of natural gas. But this sort of securitization and then sort of this wider security interest in the Arctic, I would actually date it a little bit before. And Melis talked about the flag planting in 2007. As in, Russia has never claimed that was an international legal act, but it did trigger a lot of attention internationally, sort of towards this notion of that Russia was trying to annex the whole of the Arctic and take possession of these resources, and thus also this notion of a great power competition or a race for the resources in the Arctic that we haven't seen, but we can come back to.
There's the race for the resources, and we have some kind of like main players on the Arctic. Who would like to tell the names? Of course, now we have, in a way, NATO, we have Russia, we have China. Who else? Yeah, Paul. Michael Paul.
The Arctic countries first were not interested to involve security issues in the Arctic. That's clear, yeah? So I guess it's still today that most Arctic countries, including the United States of America, are not interested to get the Arctic national security issues involved in the Arctic, so to say. That's a common understanding. And Russia wanted to use the established fora outside of the Arctic Council, like the Arctic Security Forces Roundtable, ACOD, the Arctic Chiefs of Defense, and so all this stuff, to get into the business again without just Ukraine was just the fault, so to say. We're returning to the Arctic, and nobody in the West can afford going back to business as usual with Russia right now. So there is the big question is how to deal with the security issue. And as some remember, Canada prevented dealing with security issues in the Arctic until it was, I guess, the 2029 Strasbourg-Kiel summit. So after that, NATO began to restart thinking about the Arctic. And right now we are in a process in which NATO countries have decided that, yes, NATO is a strategic area and there is a strategic challenge we have to meet, and we have to think about that. And I guess we will see some results in the next summit.
Actually, I was going to ask Jüri that because most of the audience is from Finland, so there was also in Finland the idea that Arctic is in a way non-political and non-military until now. If you think about Finland, like the politics and the military, how do we see the meaning of the Arctic?
Well, this is an excellent question because I was just about to say that the Arctic is a designator that has so many different meanings that everybody's using it in a way that we can't have a reasonable conversation with different people without first kind of having an understanding what are we talking about. Some mean Northern Europe, some mean above the Arctic Circle, some mean it's a climate and sunlight-based definition, and there are so many Arctics, that it's useful because of that, but it's also really hard to, nail an argument against another argument. But I think that, not making Arctic a security issue before 2011 or 14 or 12, whatever the date you would like to pick up, makes some sense. I do think that there was still the hope and the possibility that all things will not be chaotic and kind of confrontational. So I do think that it's really easy today to say everything that we made during the last 30 years was false and all the decisions were bad in hindsight. But I do think that it was a sound policy statement back then. And then maybe 2014 was a kind of a clear signifier that it would not be. Everybody should have realized that more than we actually did concerning the Arctic, but also many other aspects of international politics. But in the Finnish case, I would say, and as a military officer in Finland, I would say that Finland is an Arctic country, and whatever we do with the military is Arctic in a way, because all of the troops are living and preparing to fight in conditions that can be described as Arctic. That is how I see, in very plain terms, the significance of the Arctic from a military grassroots perspective coming from a brigade.
I would come back to one of you mentioned the scientific interests of Russia, which has been there for years for the Arctic. And we know that also China has some kind of a scientific interest for the Arctic, but there's some kind of lack of transparency. What do we know? What are Russia and China doing there exactly? Do we know? Mihailo.
Thank you. Let me remind one interesting position of Russia from Soviet time, which illustrates what are Russia's geostrategic intentions in Arctic. Current Russian military policy in the Arctic is based on Stalin's 1933 assessment. During visit to the Kola Bay, in that time, Stalin said, quotation, "What is the Black Sea? It's washing basin. What is Baltic Sea? Bold. But we don't have a cork. Here is sea, Arctic. Here is a window. There must be a large fleet here. From here, we can seriously threaten both England and America, if necessary. We don't have any other suitable places. Very clear. Now, Russian strategy is based on this Stalin vision. In this context, Svalbard archipelago has an important geostrategic position for Russia. Whoever controls Svalbard controls entry and exit to the Arctic from North Atlantic and to the North Atlantic from the Arctic. Deployment of strike weapons there as anti-ship cruise missiles, for example, with a range of 1,000 kilometers, for example, Turku. Yes, it's not so ready, but nearest future, why not? Allows to keep under fire the sea space between Svalbard and Greenland in one direction, and between Svalbard and Norway coast another direction. Totally control of West Arctica and North Atlantic. So, of course, a hypothetical scenario, but from my point of view, we must take into consideration very detailed. Thank you.
Niklas.
May I fill in? I'm not going to talk about Stalin, but I think it's an interesting idea, and I think there is something can be said for this perspective. Our dear mayor of Turku this morning told us that wars don't start with the actual fighting, they start before. And I don't know how many of you in the audience like to read the Barron's Observer, for instance, which is a really, really interesting magazine that follows up particularly on what happens in the high north. And it's been visible for a long time now, a couple of years at least, how the Russians living on Svalbard, they celebrate Memorial Days, they put up monuments, religious ostensibly. They also fly flags that you are not allowed to fly in Svalbard waters. And when the Vice Prime Minister, I think it was, of Russia was there a few weeks ago, only this spring, he brought some Ukraine veterans, Russian Ukraine veterans with him. And he was very clear saying basically that if our interests are not met culturally in the Svalbard archipelago, we will be ready to die as much here as we do in other places for our fatherland or Mother Russia, or whatever. And I find this very interesting because going back to what was said before, when do things become politicized and when are they seen as dangerous or not? I was met by the news this morning that Denmark is going to start training their military in Greenland. I don't know how many of you caught up with that, but it's really interesting. What does that mean? It means they're going to train 22 youth up there. It's going to be army officers training them, but they're mostly going to be trained in crisis management and search and rescue and so on and so forth. So the question is, are we still reading the Russians wrong? Are we still ready in the Arctic to sort of overlook some of the signaling they're actually doing? And I think the Svalbard archipelago is an excellent example of this. It's already started there in the information warfare sense. What do we want to make of that?
From here, we could change focus a bit more to this Russia's rebuilding of its military capacity. And let's start with a very strict question. Mainly, we see that there are these signs of confrontation in the Arctic area. So there is no war, but if there would be a war, what would it look like? Would it be hybrid? Would it be conventional? What could it be?
I think the hybrid part of it has already started. I'm not talking about the cable that was interfered in 22 and caused a lot of upheaval. Estonia experienced the same thing last year. We had one Baltic connector gas line sabotaged, evidently by a ship anchor. And the lesson we learned from there was, first of all, you need to have and maintain initiative in the information space. For example, with the Estonian gas line incident, Estonian public learned about this from the Swedish Minister of Civil Defense. So we already lost something. I think what Niklas pointed out, there is already something going on. We need to acknowledge it, we need to frame it, we need to speak about it more openly as well. So not only Barents Observer writes about this, but also maybe New York Times. Estonia has witnessed since 2014 headlines in New York Times. Is Narva, it's a city in the eastern Estonian border, is Narva next? Is the Baltic next? I'm happy to go home from this conference and to write in my newspaper, the biggest newspaper in Estonia, that actually Arctics is next. But to your question again, I think we see a certain need already to devise some kind of coherent counter-hybrid strategy for them as well. So if it is escalated into things, I don't know, if there are some local green men, for example, in Greenland or in Svalbard, then what can we do? We have to prepare for this as well. This eventuality would be as traumatizing for the West as a conventional war. And so we have to debate what kind of approach to apply, and it needs to be put in the plans as well. 2014, where there were green men in Crimea, then the approach was, let's not escalate. Russia denied its involvement, therefore we cannot attack. A year later, I guess it was, when Russian mercenaries crossed the Euphrates River in Syria, and General Mattis, who was responsible for this command there, applied a different strategy. He bombed the hell out of them. I'm not advocating bombing raids on Svalbard Islands, should there somebody be possessing guns, but these kind of things we need to think about it as well, and not only figure out, is it a war, conventional war, or a hybrid war. We need to be ready for all kind of eventualities, and we need also to hybridize our deterrence. And think creatively there as well, so that when we have NATO response plans, it's good, but it's for the conventional military there to respond. But maybe for Svalbard Island, it would be better to have, I don't know, Coast Guard armed with javelins or something like that. So there's a lot to think about in how to hybridize our approach as well, and how maybe not to segregate the threat picture into conventional, hybrid, and other stuff, so that we don't confuse ourselves. But we need to be aware, not maybe too afraid. There is no need to be afraid, even if there should be some people with grenades and machine guns in Svalbard area. I think Norway alone has enough gunpowder to burn them out, so it wouldn't be a problem. So I think the hybridization of the threat picture and our deterrence would be a good way to approach this threat picture as well. I don't know if I responded to your question, but
in Estonia the rhetoric is quite straightforward, and I think we heard some very straightforward speaking. Does anyone want to continue from that? First, Michael Paul, and then Yuri.
NATO was, Svalbard was NATO's Achilles heel already in the Cold War. So we talked about that decades ago, and right now the new Crimea, similar experience tells a new story, and clearly we have to be prepared for that. But nevertheless, we have to remind us that, correct me if I'm wrong, but the first cyber attack on a sovereign country was 2007 on Estonia, and actually all started in 2007 already. It was a remilitarization of the Arctic and Putin's speech at the Munich Security Conference. And Russia has had a very long time to restarting and rebuilding its military infrastructure in the Arctic, and all of NATO's Arctic countries did not follow that path in that years. So all of us have to regain military also capabilities in the Arctic North Atlantic area, in the bigger one, to get more maritime awareness and to have a bigger picture of what's going on, because in the next years there will be something like a hybrid situation, but I don't think that it will escalate to a military conflict. But we have to be prepared, and we have to be able for something which is in between defense and deterrence, which means naming and shaming. We have to be able to tell the Russians we know what's going on, and we see it, and we can name it. That, I guess, will be more important for the next years. On the long term, unfortunately, we really have to be prepared also for military conflict in the Arctic. That's true.
Mm-hmm. Yuri.
Yeah, I have a confession to make. I really dislike the hybrid war discussion in general terms, based on two things. First, I think it conflates war and other uses of statecraft. For me, the kind of large-scale use of violence has a name. It's war, and we have been using that name for a very long time. But when we are having hybrid war, information war, cyber war, media war, we have all these wars going on all the time. So I'm just confused about how many wars can we have all the time. And actually, the significance of war is changed and diluted because of this kind of phraseology. And the other aspect, I think that, somehow this hybrid war discussion that started for me after 2014 in the West and implies that this is something new and exceptional. And I would say that it's very normal, if you look at the history, strategic history, that states and other political agents are using all the tools at their disposal in order to achieve their goals. So if you start talking about this as something exceptional and new, it's not. Because I think it's very normal for Russia to do this. It has no other tools. If it had positive tools, it would also use those, but it cannot attract anybody. So this is kind of, we are framing the discussion in a little bit wrong way, I would say, and I'm not sure that we are getting the right responses as we are framing the question wrong. So that is my biggest concern when we are talking about hybrid war. But I would agree what Melis said about this more hybrid deterrence part. And I would say that in military terms, I would say in addition to the kind of defending or building resilience against these so-called hybrid threats, I think we also need attack. In a way, what can we do actively? Because at least in the military affairs, when we are not talking of only war fighting, but before the war, you need to be active and you need to have the initiative. If you're only responding and building up your defenses and building bigger and bigger walls around your castle, you are just giving kind of the edge to your opponent. So I do think that we need to be also able to make offensive moves, not meaning that we ourselves will do those illegally, but maybe even change legislation in order to be able to respond with the sanctions and with other tools that might be useful if Russia commits these so-called hybrid activities, as it has been doing for some time.
I was trying to separate hybrid and conventional war, but I think I can't, so I will change the manuscript a bit. But for one question, I want to come back to this conventional war. So by the Finnish border, for example, there has been like new armaments from Russia. So they are planning, and they have said that they will have. And then in the Arctic, we have, like on the Kola Peninsula, we have 2/3 of Russia's nuclear weapons. They are based there. So they have some kind of meaning, of course. So what should we now look at of these Kola Peninsula nuclear weapons on the Finnish border, where Russia is having new structures, or of all this fuss with hybrid warfare?
Before I answer that, could I just sort of, you wanted someone to sort of provoke a bit.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. So I'll take on that role now. Russia, I would argue, is a status quo power in the Arctic. And Russia wants the international law, including particularly the law of the sea, to apply in the Arctic. Why? Because it's in Russia's interest. Russia can, with UNCLOS, as in the United Convention on the Law of the Sea, claim legitimately 40+% of the Arctic, based on international law, because the law of the sea gives every coastal state 200 nautical miles of economic zone, plus up to 100 or more nautical miles of shelf beyond that. So Russia wants the law of the sea to apply, as in to govern the Arctic. And Russia has remained loyal to, for instance, the Arctic Council, as in it was excluded by the other 7 members in the spring of 2022. But unlike a lot of other organizations like the Barents Euro-Atlantic Cooperation, I think also the Baltic Sea Cooperation Council, Russia sort of left those, but it hasn't left the Arctic Council. Why? Because it is in Russia's interest to sort of cooperate with the other Arctic states in the governance of the Arctic region. So when it comes to sort of the Russian militarization of the Arctic, well, yes, they have spent a lot of money in the Arctic. And my only, I would say, regret is that they didn't spend more. I wish they would have spent much more, because then they would have less money to invade Ukraine. Being a bit provocative. But as to your point, I don't think 2/3 of the Russian nuclear weapons are on the Kola Peninsula, but a large share is. And the defense, and the Colonel Yuri can sort of add on to this, but I think the formations, military formations Russia traditionally has had in and around the Kola Peninsula have been defensively oriented, in the sense that they're part of the bastion, Russian bastion, which has its main sort of aim to protect the strategic submarines. You've not had, the land formations haven't had sort of tank-heavy battalions or brigades or wherever. It's been mainly sort of to defend. And any kind of aggression against Finland or Norway would necessitate Russia to bring in reserves from elsewhere. So in that sense, as in, there are many other areas of Europe I would worry more about military aggression. Sorry, Melis, but I think the Baltic state, if Russia picks the next target, first of all, it'd probably be Moldova, but after that, he wants to pick on NATO. I think the Baltic states are more vulnerable than the Arctic states.
Yeah, there has been a lot of speculation about the probability of Russia wanting to test NATO's deterrence or defense, and where could it happen?
I forgot something.
Yeah.
I could talk about Svalbard as well. I'll leave it for now, but because I've not talked too much. But just then, one reason why Russia is careful in the Arctic, and compared to what you've seen in the Baltic Sea, and compared to what you've seen in the Black Sea, you haven't seen the same kinds of provocation by Russia in the north. Why? Because it doesn't want to provoke or stir Allied presence, NATO presence, in its sort of strategically important area around the Kola Peninsula. These strategic submarines are very important to Russia, and it doesn't want anyone else to be there, and that includes China, I think.
Yeah. Yes, Michael.
There are 3 reasons for that. First is clearly the second strike capability of Russia, which is very important. But the second is the Northern Sea route, which is important for Russia as a national way of transportation. And the third is clearly, which Putin recognized already in the 90s, the Arctic zone of the Russian Federation as a national resource base. Yeah, and for all 3 of them, he needs stability in the Arctic. So it's not in the Russian interest to have problems in the Arctic. No.
Yeah, Yuri.
If I try to tie something together, as you mentioned, hybrid threats and the Kola Peninsula and the nuclear weapons, yes, Russia is using the nuclear card, nuclear rhetorics quite often, and we allow it. And quite often we, in our media frenzy also, have a little of hustle in our societies, and Russia is getting what it wants because everybody's talking about what it wants, and it, in a way, dictates the narratives that we are having in our own societies. But I don't think that it has to be in the Kola Peninsula. Russia has thousands of nuclear weapons, so wherever it has it, it can use these moves if we allow our own narratives to follow what Russia is saying. So I think that will be the first point. The second point I would say about the Kola Peninsula, that now that Sweden and Finland are part of NATO, and NATO is stronger in the Arctic and in Northern Europe, I would say that it's guaranteed that Russia will strengthen its military forces up north in its northwestern direction. That is for sure, because I think there is a sound defensive dimension to it, as well as other dimensions related to the fact that Finland and Sweden are part of NATO.
Yeah. I would come to this side of the table. When there was this attack from Russia to Ukraine, it was some kind of a surprise for the West. And at the same time, we know that they have written and spoken for the years of their plans. So how to understand what does Russia want? What is it planning? So now we talk about Arctic. We have seen what happened in Ukraine, but we still that we don't understand what they're actually doing. And when something happens, we see that, oh, they told us before. Yes, Mihailo.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Sorry.
you both.
In answer to a question that was raised before as well, in terms of what is the strategic perspective here, I think it's just interesting that we're sitting here, the panel is more and more saying that, well, there's no problem in the Arctic, everything is calm and nice in the Arctic and so on and so forth. You talk about your information operation. I mean, it's just very interesting. In answer to this question, what is the strategic edge here? I think it's a danger that we have in the Nordic countries, that we become very complacent with the stability, ostensible stability in the Arctic. I think it's dangerous for us to think that Arctic strategy is all about whether it's calm or not, whether there are any obvious signs of Russia moving troops or anything like that, because they have a bunch of other stuff that they can throw at us. And sometimes they test this. Sometimes they knock out a few beacons here and there and so on and so forth. They cut cables. They do this, they do that, just to show that they can, right? And I would say that, going back to one of the presentations this morning as well, are we, this is the part of the Arctic where people live. It's all well and fine for Canadians and Americans to talk about the Arctic as some kind of frontier, frozen space, a long way away from people. That's not our reality. Large parts of our countries and populations actually live in what I would define as the Arctic. And I think it's probably time that we start tying the strategic thinking in Central Europe to strategic thinking in the Nordic countries. And if we're lacking an Arctic concept that works for the Nordic countries, I think we should work more closely together on figuring out how this part of the Arctic can join with a Central European strategic concept that works against Russia. And if we're too complacent with what's happening in the Arctic and we don't want to see that things could happen in the Arctic, who wins? So.
Very short, yeah. And then to Mihailo.
Yeah, because if I look at from the discussion in Finland, I don't see complacency. What I see is a totally different mindset on Russia and how to talk about Russia. So I'm not so much worried here in the Arctic Finland or in the Nordic countries that there is complacency. There could be something on other parts of Europe, but I would say that this also makes sense, because if you look at NATO of 32, there are so many different kind of strategic interests which will lead to huge investments in defense and other aspects of kind of capabilities that people and states will diverge within NATO. The NATO of 32 is not the NATO of 16 members. So I say it's normal kind of alliance politics that we have to combine different strategic interests, and Russia is not going to be one of those that is going to unify all member states all the time. So I think that is what we also need to understand. Mm.
Yeah. And then to Mihailo, why don't we see what Russia is planning?
First of all, we must take in consideration all possible scenarios, including some fantastic. Not only economic reasons exist for Kremlin, not first of all. Russia has very effective for Russia with very big positive trade balance with Ukraine. But we received war. Concerning, let me create some projection if we take consideration template of behavior of Russia on the Black Sea. A projection for Baltic and North Sea, first of all, because Russian strategy considers this area as a single area. In 2022, Russia renewed attempts to capture energy assets in Ukraine to create a deficit of energy for Ukraine and force it to capitulation. It partially succeeded by sieging European largest nuclear power plant as Zaporizhzhia was occupied. The nuclear power plant is used now for nuclear blackmail against Ukraine and Europe. Currently, Russia is trying to destroy Ukraine's energy system and infrastructure of transmission for electricity as much as possible for achieving the above-mentioned goal. In Baltic Sea region, you have 6 nuclear power plants in 2 countries, Finland and Sweden. There are also many powerful offshore wind power plants in Western Baltic and especially in Northern Sea. Total capacities approximately 20 gigawatts. 20 gigawatts. That means approximately 20 nuclear units, 1 gigawatts each. Moreover, Baltic and Northern Sea have a lot of different underwater infrastructure. Power cables, gas pipelines, fiber optic communications line. The above-mentioned infrastructure is under the loop of main Directorate of Deep Sea Research, as well as other special units of the Baltic and Northern fleets as a minimal 10 years during last 10 years. Russia is seeking to create a state of disinformation, disruption, and disorganization of the US and the EU governance system during the H hour, the time of decisive action, and to get a window of opportunity to geopolitically throw the West back. A striking example of how this is imagined in Kremlin in 2021 year's ultimatum to NATO to withdraw to the borders of 1997. Since the Blitzkrieg failed both against Ukraine and NATO, the Kremlin is gradually switching to Plan B, long-term war of attrition. Namely, infrastructure that ensures the effective functioning of the economy, national governments, and national security system of the West. This function of energy and telecommunication networks automatically means house and public administration, defense and security, and which is no less important in national financial and international payment systems. This is what Russia strives for in order to defeat its existential enemy, West, in a comprehensive and multidimensional way at each hour. They are in preparation. I assume that the Russian Ministry of Defense already has an H-hour action plan approved by Kremlin for the comprehensive damage to the energy and telecommunication infrastructure for Europe and in transatlantic areas in order to cause an energy and information collapse. So I absolutely agree, we need to wake up for this area, Baltic, Northern Sea, Arctic. Template of Russian behavior in Black Sea, very clear for all us.
Countering these possible hybrid attacks where energy is one of the main...
Two very serious incidents took place. The Nord Stream pipelines explosions and Baltic Connector. It's it's very interesting. It's a special hybrid, from my point of view, joint hybrid operations, which were made by GONGO, governmental organized, non-governmental organization by China and Russia first of all, but hypothetically, but style, I feel the style.
How to protect these the goals of the hybrid warfare? Because everything cannot be like, we cannot have a surveillance in the bottom of the sea all the time, or can we? But we now see many kind of possible threats, but how to act?
In Estonia, we are currently thinking about one big strategic critical infrastructure project. It's called Rail Baltic. It goes from Tallinn to Berlin, basically, or to Poland, let's say. And the discussions are there. What if the Russians or somebody wants to sabotage the building or afterwards the infrastructure? What should we do? I think there should be some new approaches on how we, first of all, build this kind of critical infrastructure elements. There needs to be more designed security features already in the beginning. When we take this Baltic connector, so why wasn't there enough, some kind of sensors and stuff that would make the attribution?
Nord Stream and the cables, yeah.
So it sounds like a very slow solution, but still, for example, for this Rail Baltic, I think this this company should even have its own security forces in order to, react to some extent to build some capabilities that will actually help to deter it. Maybe it's an overstretch, but still we need thinking like that. It's not always that something went wrong with a gas pipe and then government comes or the security police comes to rescue. They don't have the resources, neither do they have the knowledge. The attribution is very hard. As you said, somebody said Chinese actually were a part of it. They used the same kind of tactics in South China Sea, but it's very hard to make any connection. So you need to have some kind of inbuilt already features in this infrastructure. So this kind of cross-sectoral responsibility for security needs to be in place. And you need to develop constantly the legal warfare, everything, just to make it the surveillance and other systems as well from the hybrid branch of the statecraft to stay on top of it. You have to go incrementally and not to maybe be too taken or traumatized as well, because actually when we look at these hybrid sabotage tactics, then they have kind of a controversial effect for the Russians as well. They overdo with their hybrid operations. A good example is this Novichok, use of Novichok. And if you use a nerve agent on the UK soil, then it's in their national interest just to protect their pride to overreact to that. So and this is a common scheme Russians overdo with their hybrid attacks, and then we overcompensate, but we do it from a very let's say timid baseline where that Russians like to call escalation for some reason. We saw this pattern in the Baltics. Russians built up a huge military dominating presence there, and then when we started to catch up, we are still being by them accused of escalation. The same thing is currently happening in the Arctics. Okay, I got carried away again. Thank you for the opportunity.
Short comments from Paul Michael and Michael Paul, sorry, and Paul Hilde, and then we will cover NATO.
fully agree. I just wanted to add that it's not so easy to to protect critical infrastructure because there are so many legal questions, and you really need a whole of government approach for that. The Bundeswehr or armed forces are not legally allowed to intervene in this kind of private ownership, private-owned firms, at the coast in the North Sea or the Baltic Sea. So it's really a problem we currently have to solve in Germany to enable the armed forces and police and Coast Guard to do the things which are necessary.
Yeah, actually, I think we could jump into the last item. So about the future military cooperation here, where now all the countries are members in NATO. Because you're from Norway, so now we have two new neighbors in NATO. How does it help NATO as a whole to protect this northern area?
Mm-hmm. I thought first I'd just sort of illustrate a little bit an example of one of the countries in Europe that is most dependent on undersea infrastructure, as in Norway, how Norway reacted to the attack on Nord Stream 2 years ago, is it? Or a year? Basically, until the Nord Stream attack, the oil and gas sector in Norway had pretty successfully sort of avoided being put under the law on national security that sort of basically details a lot of security precautions that the industry has to take. The sector didn't want security, only wanted safety. As in protecting the people who work at the platforms, etc. Because security means extra expense, because you then have to sort of protect both the physically, but also the information. But what Norway then did after the Nord Stream attack was the government just sort of put part of the sector under the law of national security, which sort of started a process that is still ongoing, both in Norway but also internationally, as in Norway and Germany. Sort of Scholz and Norwegian Prime Minister Støre sort of came with this proposal in NATO for NATO to take a greater role in protecting undersea infrastructure. So there is a lot happening, but there's still, of course, lots to do. But you said Trump, or?
Actually, I didn't say Trump.
I thought you said Trump. But we can come on to Trump.
We can talk about it.
But as in to the rest of the thing I got. But yes, as in Norway, until Finland and Sweden joined NATO, Norway was an island in the north. It didn't have any sort of land connection to the rest of NATO. And now at least we're an island in the north together with Finland and Sweden. So it's a bit better. But particularly Finland joining NATO makes a massive difference for Norway. It's now no longer conceivable that you will see a Russian as a land attack against Norway without involving Finland. That doesn't make sense, because if Russia were to attack, it would immediately face the threat of being cut off from the south. And also for traditional Norwegian NATO policy, Finland joining NATO makes a big difference. Norway has traditionally had a policy of sort of, what you could call it, as in trying to calm down our eastern neighbor by not allowing Allied forces to operate or train in the east of Norway. With Finland in NATO, that doesn't make sense anymore. And you saw that partly under the Nordic response exercise recently, where Norway did sort of put a limit on how far in Finnmark the forces could operate, but Finland didn't, and it just makes it look very, very silly. So I think a lot of parts of Norwegian NATO policy, traditional Norwegian NATO policy, will fall because of Finnish membership in NATO. And obviously, as has already been mentioned, those three countries together, and including Denmark, which will also probably join the three countries, and Iceland, for that sake, in Joint Force Command Norfolk, is a sizable military force.
The new defense plans were accepted a year ago, and now I think of course they are not public, but could one of you explain how is the Scandinavia and the Nordic countries what kind of defense there will be for these countries when we have these new defense plans. All of these countries also have a defense cooperation agreement with United States. So in a manner which is public, could someone explain for us, are we safe?
Well, if I take the first shot, is that okay?
Yep. And then Melis can continue.
Just to laying the playing field, I think it's really important that we talk both, as somebody already mentioned here, to talk both Article 3 and Article 5. Because most of the capability development that we do and we need to do throughout Europe is a national business. So we need national commitment and resource allocation for the long term in all of the Nordic countries and in Europe in order to be credible. I think that is kind of the part of the problem that somebody would say that the peace dividend era isn't over. It is over, and it is over for good, and we need long-term commitment, higher resources, not only for defense, but security in a broader sense. So I think that will be the kind of how to start doing that. And we are seeing the results in the 2030s. If we start building or making more capabilities now, the brigades and the squadrons will be there in the 2030s. So it will take some time. Well, how to plan? I think having a military or defense alliance of 32 nations, it takes a long time. But in the end, we have capabilities that are available that are much bigger than we would have without this NATO membership, for example, for Finland or Sweden. And then we can take this area as a whole, so we can make meaningful operational and military strategic planning that wasn't available when Finland and Sweden were out. So this is kind of the conceptual part, is that we can actually take this whole area and plan for that, and then we have the bigger resources and bigger capabilities that we can take already now, before the war starts, into kind of our planning cycles. Before this situation for Finland, for example, there was no guarantees that any kind of assistance would come or any kind of cooperation would occur. So I think that this is a totally new, different game on these two respects.
Melis, how do you see this? Because now there's also talk about these command structures in NATO. You mentioned JFC Norfolk, and where should we look at, Brunsum or Norfolk? And
yes,
yeah.
You want?
Who is the one who helps the North?
We have press statements from NATO that there is a territorial plan also for North. So separate from the Baltic Defence Plan, having witnessed the dynamics of Swedish and Finnish accession to NATO from the Estonian Ministry of Defence perspective, I have communicated with them just to get their perspective. Then they have pointed out that there is some kind of segregation, let's say, in this new establishment, that we have, first of all, separate plans for the two basins as well, for the Arctic and for the Baltic Sea. I would say that maybe there is some room for revision in the future, because the resources used are stretched between these two basins. The countries that are between Arctic Sea and Baltic Sea, they have a huge challenge when we look at the demise of the Western navies. That should be talked about as well. Currently, I witnessed discussions and some bragging also going on in the Lennart Meri conference. We have a huge annual defense conference about this NATO lake. And I was thinking, okay, you talk about this NATO lake. Do you have any kind of elementary interoperability in place for actually conducting even some most elementary denial of access operations for the Russians in the Baltic Sea? I would think that maybe not even that. So what we need to talk about is also the Western navies, and this is a naval-heavy mission in the Arctic as well. And we need to talk about maybe integration of the plans for these two basins. I think there is a reason why in the introductory speeches so many speakers focused on Baltic Sea rather than Arctic Sea.
Yeah.
They are interrelated for the Russia as well, because I heard here, I don't know if it's true, that the Denmark has lost its capability, maritime capability, to close actually the Danish straits. So that much about NATO Lake. So we need to. I think we need to welcome the 1st of April and 7th of March accession dates for both Sweden and Finland are a kind of national holidays, new national holidays in Estonia. We were relieved at last. But now we still have some kind of segregation. Part of it, this segregation is also cultural, because we don't historically have, we have a very good military support programs from Scandinavia, but there is still some work to do with the interoperability, with the communications, with having a common plan to deflect the enemy in two of these basins simultaneously as well, because we need this. We need to impose dilemmas on the opponent as well, because when Brigadier talked about deterrence, commitment is one thing. Another one is intent for the Arctic Sea, for example. 4 different nations have different strategies, maybe to have one unified Western intent and strategy established there. And we also need to then deter with dilemmas and communicate to Russians as well, rather than obsessing with the transparency of our acts in the Baltic or Arctic Sea basins. We should be focusing on transparency of consequences for the Russians, so that they understand what will happen. But this will need, of course, credible naval posture, first of all, and this in turn needs raise in the defense investment of the Baltic and Scandinavian nations as well. Okay.
We only have a few minutes. I think I would like to ask you, and then on this side of the table, on the what happens when we have these new structures here in North. So this could again, of course, provoke some confrontation with Russia, or they use everything that happens here.
In the end, we have, as already mentioned, different layers, and that starts with the national obligations, goes on with bilateral ones, like between Germany and Norway with submarine building, or Danish-German cooperation because of the strait problem. And third, with Nordic cooperation, which was not mentioned, but it's very, very important and it's growing. And fourth comes NATO. That's the very last, you know. And NATO is consisting of the different nations, and the nations give their national obligation. And then is existing something like we call NATO. And nevertheless, I wouldn't call it a NATO lake. Never. Because Russia has legal rights in the Baltic Sea, and we should be aware of that and keep our rules-based order in order.
Yeah, does someone want to continue? So we have ended the existence of NATO Lake here, I think. Yeah. Niklas,
okay.
Yeah.
I understand that concluding remark.
Yes, concluding remarks.
If we take consideration of Russian behavior, we can conclude that NATO needs preventive measures in general and especially in the Arctic region. You remember that state of Svalbard archipelago defined by Spitsbergen Traktat, so-called more than 100 years ago. Now, from my point of view, it's right time to think idea of deployment defense assets on Norway sovereign territory in accordance with Spitsbergen Traktat. It will be preventive measure against Russia, because Russia understands only language of force. And my last point, The sooner Russia is defeated in Ukraine, the less likely will be a war in Arctic, Baltic, and North Sea. Thank you for strong support of my country. I feel it during these days.
We finished here, or you want?
Just very briefly.
Yes.
First of all,
Yes.
the last point, I fully agree. Let's sort of Slava Ukraini. But the first point, Norway would never allow the establishment of big military bases on Svalbard. That is against the Svalbard Treaty.
It's idea for nearest.
Okay.
For sinking and resinking.
And Niklas, you started with the Articles 3 and 5, so we come back to these. So.
Well, if I can end on Article 3 then. I think it's really interesting. I think we've been through very many good concepts here, and I think particularly one that we need to think about is what's been said in the last section here. We are countries and we are left to ourselves in terms of A3 particularly, and I think we really need to step up what we do between ourselves in the high north of Europe. Norway is concerned, Sweden is concerned, Finland is concerned, and I challenge you to take out a map, do the classic school thing, and look at how far north Finland is located in need of supply lines. So I think the best thing we can do is train as we fight and continue thinking about infrastructural and other methods by which we in peacetime can deter the one whose name cannot be mentioned.
Okay, thank you for your excellent remarks and thank you for the attention. So 1.5 hours was here, and so there's no NATO lake and hybrid and conventional threats shouldn't be separated, I think. Yeah. Okay, so I think now it's time for coffee break.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We will continue the event with a highly current and interesting topic, a future of transatlantic cooperation. My name is Veijo Hyvönen. I work as an editorial editor in the newspaper Turun Sanomat here in Turku. The theme has many aspects, from US presidential election to security, economics and geopolitical situation. We have here a prestigious group of experts on the panel, and we start by they will introduce themselves and give a short, very short answer to the question, what is the most challenging aspect of transatlantic cooperation? Let's start from my left, please.
Thank you so much. My name is Vera Konstantinova. I'm a former advisor to a member of parliament, as well as a chairman of the Parliament of Ukraine. I believe that the most important challenge is, of course, unity, because it's attacked by Russians every day, every hour. But at the same time, I remain optimistic because they would fail with their attempts to disorganize and to make conditions for their success.
I'm Gunilla Herolf. I come from Stockholm, from the Swedish Institute of International Affairs. I think the most challenging right now is the American presidential election.
Jari Sinkari, working for the Department for Americas and Asia at the Ministry for Foreign Affairs of Finland. I think the most challenging thing is to keep the European Union as unified as possible.
Okay, thank you. And then to my right.
Mia-Petra Kumpula-Natri, a member of the European Parliament still for 2 months before joining back to Finnish Parliament. And I have looked at challenges from the trade aspect, that we are the most important trading partners and at the same time some challenges. But I see also opportunities, so the challenge is to continue as well as we have on our programs, support schemes for Ukraine and security, but then also on sanctions that has been so good. The challenge to continue that one.
My name is Heidi Steiger. I'm a recovering investment banker and Wall Street professional. And I think the most challenging situation we have is between the US and the EU to be cooperating together in what I consider to be the biggest threat, which is the alliance between China and Russia.
My name is Will Pomeranz, and I am the director of the Kennan Institute. And I think the biggest challenge going forward is to deal with not only making sure that the EU and the US stays united, but also that we allow each other to disagree as well. And I think one of the most important things that we're not actually in absolute agreement is on the question of transitional justice.
Hi, I'm Benita Heiskanen, professor of North American Studies at this university. I'd like to bring the academic perspective into this discussion. So I think one of the great challenges that we have at the moment is how we engage in dialogue about these issues. We need to engage in critical thinking. We need to not accept universal interpretations. We need to flip the script. We need to insist that open-ended questions do not have singular answers. So I'm very happy to see on this panel people representatives from the ministry, business, the parliament, international affairs, so that we get these different scales into this discussion. And I think that will enable us to problematize issues rather than simplify them.
Okay, thank you all. This is going very well because all the speeches were very short. Let's keep it like this. We have 7 topics, and in each topic we have 1 opening speech, 1 longer comment, and then additional short comments if we have time, and I hope we have time. And we will start with the current state of transatlantic relations. Benita Heiskanen, what are the problems now?
I think the main issue is uncertainty, that things are in a flux. We were used to, in the post-World War situation, we were anticipating the transatlantic affairs to assume a particular path. Ever since the 2016 election, we noticed that things get complicated if alliances do not work the way we are assuming that they will work. So also, as far as different geographic positionalities, Europeans have had this notion that the United States is a driver, and we're sitting and observing how things will develop. Well, I think that has changed. People have realized that Europe has to also assume the position of a driver in terms of deciding on course of action. This question is being brought up, especially in the connection of the United States elections, thinking that there is some kind of that we are not in charge of our own destinies, that we're completely dependent on how the United States is steering these affairs. So I think assuming that greater agency is what helps in grappling that question of uncertainty.
Okay. William Pomeranz, what is the American view to this subject?
Well, I think the American view has changed in some ways and not in other ways. But I think that in this one instance, with the problems of Ukraine, U.S. has not been the permanent driver of what the world will react to. Indeed, the EU has had to make many accommodations for this invasion, starting from the question of energy and the ability of the EU to basically find alternative sources of energy to keep the economy going. I also think that the US has not been the driver in terms of consistent aid for Ukraine. And I think that with the passage of the supplemental bill, there is now going to be a change in the sense that the US is now back in the game in terms of how we are going to deal with Ukraine. But in the process, I think the EU has taken some control over the future course of this war, and I think that will be a positive going forward, simply because if the US and the EU have kind of different views, I think that going forward, we can have a good cop, bad cop situation and really take advantage of all the diversity between the two blocs.
Okay. Any comments on this subject? I would like to know how's the view in European Parliament about the current state of cooperation?
The cooperation on the Ukraine has been on the top of the European parliamentarians. I'm been the vice chair for the delegation to the US, and the last meeting we had was in Brussels with the congressmen participating, visiting NATO, and so just a couple of weeks before the bill was accepted. So then also bipartisan delegation, and then all the meetings, it has been the call from the European side that do see us. So I was very much enjoying the previous panel when there was sentence that NATO 32 is different than the smaller NATO. So also the Europe 27 is different than Europe 12. So and then also the attention of the Hill, Senate and House was not very much focusing on Russia, and was getting always mentioned only a couple of sentences after China, if mentioned at all. So that has changed. Will that remain? Will attention to the Arctic and Baltic Sea remain high? And I see also already the Gaza situation and others taking the attention. But I must say that the very same happens in Europe. If you go further from the eastern border, there are new topics on the agenda, and that's why it's so important that we have here international partners in this very plenary room. The very same is the call in the European Parliament. So I think now this Parliament that has been leaving and the 10 years experience that I have, the US relation has been all the time very strong. Whatever papers we write, it is not 100%, but it's then not a democracy, but it's very strong. So then now when we are analyzing also the year of the elections, what might happen in European Parliament and Europe in all and all, so what kind of interest there are. So I already see some friends from Poland and from countries who will say that we hope to get enough transatlanticists to the Parliament. And that really means that people who have been fighting for their NATO membership, there are many former foreign ministers and very, very strong people from Eastern part of the European countries. So also that has changed. We have seen that in Finland too, that the knowledge was there with the countries like Baltic states and others who were part of Red Army. And now their knowledge was a little bit overlooked in the beginning, and now we only start listening that more carefully. And I think that is the global view. So it is the challenge of getting the attention to this part of the country, and Finns needs to be strong there, the Nordics needs to be strong there, and then also build on this transatlantic, because it is crucial for the security and our trade fair. But then for the US, the challenge is always that if it's only China, then you say don't trade with China, but then you don't allow the trading with US either. So this is a dilemma that if we would solve that, a lot easier connections would be built in a transatlantic way.
Okay, moving on. There's more challenges because we have an elephant in the living room. We're talking about the significance of the US presidential elections. And first question goes to Gunilla Herolf. There is a presidential election in the USA in November, and most likely it's going to be Biden against Trump again. What impact does the US president have on the future of transatlantic relations?
Thank you very much. I think without exaggeration, we have to say that the significance of the US election is huge. As for Donald Trump, We have his own words that this time it will be different. Of course, we don't know for sure if this will be the case. And actually, I'm not so sure that he does either. But the general feeling in Europe is mainly that is one of anxiety for what may come. An American president has vast powers, but they are not unlimited. We have been talking a lot in Europe previously about the possibility of Donald Trump as president leaving having the US leave NATO. Actually, this will not be the case due to the Kane-Rubio bill of December last year, which bars the president from exiting NATO without the approval of 2/3 of the Senate or separate legislation passed by Congress. Still, the president can do a lot of things. He can reduce the number of exercises that the Americans take part in. He can reduce troop presence in Europe. He can withhold payments to NATO infrastructure, or he can cut down on the US military budget on the whole. At the least, in the least case, we will live in an era of unpredictability due to his personal character. And this will be not the best period in that sense. We will not be sure what may come. The other area, apart from NATO, which is very important, is of course Ukraine. Mr. Trump claims that he can end the war in Ukraine within 24 hours. Most probably then he will propose a compromise, which most countries in Europe would see as just a break for Russia before starting a new attack. Another alternative which he can propose is to withhold American support for Ukraine. That would leave Europe alone with some help from countries like Australia, etc. But I believe the probable consequences, if Europe would be more or less alone, is that some countries would simply stop helping as well, and it would be left to quite a few number of countries, hopefully the biggest ones. And the third important area is, of course, Russia. Most probably, Mr. Trump would seek to establish a friendly relation. Now I go after his attitude during the previous period, but also we all remember when the two presidents met in Helsinki in 2018, and I am sure that in the eyes of everyone it was seen as a victory for Mr. Putin. On the global area, I will be rather short. China, of course, is the important there. Both Mr. Biden and Mr. Trump have been very critical and more critical than Europe and have a tougher policy than the Europeans would usually prefer. But they are not the same. Mr. Trump has been much more isolationist than Mr. Biden, who has formed alliances with countries like Australia, New Zealand, Japan, and South Korea, who will be left rather alone and on their own if we have an isolationist president. So we have more of a activist president in Biden also when it comes to Taiwan. More isolationist than some countries in Europe would prefer, like France, for example. And here I would agree with what Jari said before. Europe is not united. I haven't emphasized that because of a short time, but that is a serious problem. We are not united in what we are doing. Finally, a worst-case scenario. A Trump policy of taking a distance from NATO, one way or the other, and the same thing with Ukraine would be rather much of a disaster for Europe. There is no political leader that we all recognize in Europe. It would be some regional cooperation. I'm sure the Nordic countries would cooperate, but I'm not so sure about other parts. And in general, it would be some kind of disintegration. Unfortunately, let's hope this will not be the case. Thank you.
Heidi Steiger, how would you comment this?
Well, I think the biggest difference in a Biden-Trump race is really predictability. I would imagine that Europe feels that Biden, while he's been more withdrawn in his current term and has not wanted to take on a lot of political risk, for example, the steel workers in the U.S. being his biggest constituency. On the other hand, in a second term, presidents are much more willing to take risk, so he could take on some of his constituency to try to make progress in solving some of the problems that the U.S. has. With respect to Trump, Trump basically puts out a lot of bluster in order to get deals done. And he does make the mistake of blurring security and economics together, which they're two very separate things. But as has been pointed out in our most recent defense bill, it is impossible for the executive branch of the U.S. to withdraw from NATO because it needs the approval of Congress, as has been mentioned. But beyond that, even if you will, a de-escalation of support for NATO would practically throw the Republican Party into crisis. And there is, in my opinion, a coalition really developing in the U.S. between the more moderate Republicans and the Democrats to come together as really a third coalition. And I think that is a very positive thing in terms of fighting against what either the far right or the far left wants to do.
Okay, thank you. I'm interested in how do Ukrainians think about this presidential election? Is it a hot topic in your country?
I would try to be provocative a little bit because despite the outcomes of the US presidential campaign this year, I believe that in terms of security and unity with the alliance and among the Europe, I believe that despite some uncertainty, we would have some kind of common result because of the common challenge. Of course, from my perspective, I believe that if to follow the latest story in the Congress with our military aid, yes, it was a half-year delay, and it's significant and has significant impact on the front line. But at the same time, both parties voted in favor of this package. And from my point of view, I believe that that's the real politic of the US, and Ukraine could rely on American support, and we have to be united in terms of countries that are frontline, that at the front line of NATO. I mean frontline nations like Finland, frontline nation like Baltic states. If to think in the strategic term, Ukraine is also a frontline nation. That's why Ukraine is so important for success of defense and deterrence. In these terms, I would say that there would be a political track. It can have some kind of unpredictability, but at the same time, security would be the main and the cornerstone for relations between the US and Europe.
Any more comments? Yeah, Benita Heiskanen.
I think this is one of the an excellent point to flip the script. What if we, instead of asking us what happens if Donald Trump becomes president, what if we think, what shall we do if that happens? Do we again follow the scandals tweet by tweet and then let all these environmental regulations be cut back and nobody talking about that? The key question here is what do we do and not what happens, like it's hovering somewhere up in the air and we're passive observers, not having any agency in this. That's the question here we need to ask ourselves. What do we want to do? What goals do we have? How do we react? Are we positioning ourselves as being reactive, or are we proactive in making a plan for ourselves? So this is a prime example of what I kind of wanted to do in proposing this idea of flipping the script, asking different types of questions.
That's true. We have to cope with all the results from the presidential elections. We don't have votes in that election. Okay. Next topic is the changes in the geopolitical focus. And this one goes to Heidi Steiger. Will the United States' interest increasingly shift towards the Pacific region as China becomes its primary adversary? And will Europe be left on the sidelines?
So the short answer is no, but the longer answer is it isn't that we don't value our relationships with the EU and with the various European countries. They're very important to the United States. It is more that we are frustrated that we don't think the European Union has taken the threat of China seriously until very recently. And I could give a lot of examples of that. I mean, in Germany, there was a naivete about China and Russia, but of course, when Russia invaded the Ukraine, that attitude changed. And when Germany became flooded with Chinese electronic vehicles and various other parts of industry, medical devices and so on, we had a lot of Chinese products. I think then the view changed. But there are lots of other things happening that bother Americans. Xi Jinping's visit to Hungary recently, because we feel that Hungary can be very subject to Chinese influence. You also have Xi visiting Europe for the first time in 5 years, and where does he go first? He goes to France to visit Macron, and he is very flattering to him because basically, in our view, in terms of the long-term influence of China and their ambitions, we feel that if they can loosen the European ties to the US, that it would help him claim Taiwan without so much opposition from the rest of the world. And so he will use flattery, he will use economic incentives and so on, because that basically calibrates an image of reasonableness in China that is really not the case. So what we would really like is to have the Western world, not just us or the European Union, but for us to be aligned in fighting an alliance really between Russia and China. And we have a lot of values that are the same. The most common one I could mention is values around human labor and forced labor. There are lots of values that we share. So we could work together to really come up with a way to fight the alliance between Russia and China.
Okay. And the next comment goes to Jari Sinkari.
Thank you. And thank you, Heidi. It was you are not a diplomat, so you can speak much more freely, than me. But the basic why I was saying at my short opening remark that the challenge for the transatlantic relations is that the EU should be more unified. So it comes to this question that how united we can be towards the world, and then the China relations and the transatlantic relations are two of the things that are very important. I would say that United States and also Europe, if we're talking about the China, that we both share the idea that China is at the same time a partner, rival, and then institutional challenger. And then in certain circumstances, we need China concerning, for example, the global challenges like climate change and food security and this sort of things. But as China's attitude towards the world has been more and more assertive, and definitely, like Heidi was saying, that it would be good that the United States and European Union would be more unified in our stances towards China. But then when you compare if you kind of put into the equation that either it's the Indo-Pacific or the Europe, I would say that the most important thing for us in the Europe is that the United States doesn't forget that it's very important also to be present security-wise in Europe. And then one challenge it's not one challenge, it's a big challenge for European Union, is to make sure that we remain relevant in the world politics. And then we have to make sure that we are innovative enough, we have strong enough economy, and we take more care of our own defenses. So these three things, they are important for their own sake to make European Union stronger, but they are also very good assets when we are building the transatlantic relationship with the United States. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to hear the thoughts from the European Parliament on the geopolitical situation.
Yes, this von der Leyen Commission wanted to be a geopolitical actor, and it did better than we thought, maybe in the beginning. But it was not a situation that was easy, but it was forced to play as a geopolitical actor, and geopolitics meaning really the neighbor Russia, making the aggression towards Ukraine and intensing its hybrid war, as spoken here earlier. So it is well recognized in the European Union policies that what are the risks, and then also what is a challenge then for the US together on the transatlantic. I take the very clear example. European Union wants to save our own society, not to be scattered, but then to be united. And now we see what happens online discussions. It's not really uniting people to talk in Twitter or X. But also the TikTok is now something that we understand we should ban it, we should finish it. But then do we understand that there are also other challenges on the new tools? Like the quote also from here that the war begins before the war starts. So how do we get our societies to respect democracies and work there? So then we have worked on the digital policies, and now it looks like we are different pages on the USA and EU. But when I really go there, I go to the Hill, I talk to the people. These very similar challenges are seen and met, and especially in California, which hosts the Silicon Valley, the parliament there is really prepared to look. Maybe they do it better than we do, or they find another way, but there is also a common language on that one. So I would say that there is a very much same language already on this, and then this is the one, our own society and democracy, but then it's also all these technologies that we are now doing. There is a lot need to find Chinese way. So can we find cooperation in all the ways, innovations and so. So I think these studies that I met when visiting United States many times, it is very, very interesting to see these strategic studies and panels that it is the AI, it is the quantum technologies, it is the chips, and it is biotechnology. So can we cooperate? Are we market economies that we are normal market economies that we are competitors, but still we have something else that is not based on the democratic model, that we should find some global rules. So I think it's not black or white, but it is the common challenge, and we should really be on the same side as sharing the same values. Market economy being one of them. So this is what I've been working a lot, and I see a lot of opportunities, but then also a lot of challenges, and I'm really hopeful that to continue on these, which is very closely linked to the security issues as well, but also our democratic, coherent societies.
Okay, any more comments on this subject, please?
Maybe a small point of advertising for Finland, that Mia-Petra mentioned these high-end technologies, and it's quite significant that Finland is quite advanced in quantum technology, and then 5G, 6G in communications and supercomputing. So we are interesting partner also for United States. So that was kind of like a commercial from my ministry.
Okay, thank you for the promotion. Okay, let's move to the next subject. It's about security. And this one goes to Vera Konstantinova. How will the United States NATO policy change in the coming years? And how do you think that it will affect Ukraine?
First of all, I feel some kind of privilege to be here because it means that Ukraine and Ukrainian perspective is highly valued within the transatlantic community, and at least we are already integrated, mutually integrated with the transatlantic community at the expert level. First of all, I would make 3 points, and of course, following the discussion and following the some statements had been made by colleagues. Of course, we are ahead of July summit. We are ahead of the global peaceful summit in Geneva. We are also ahead of elections in the European Union. And we are some kind of several cups of days from the intronization of old new Tsar in the Russian Federation, but at the same time talking about the security perceptions as well as the possible change in NATO policy, I would say that first the most important part would be the defense spendings, because we have heard from the Donald Trump administration that European partners should increase their defense spendings. There was an estimation made by NATO regarding the real figures. And of course, according to my perception, the security environment had changed significantly. That's why, of course, despite the outcomes, the US administration would ask European partners to deal with the defense spending and to meet at least 2% requirement of the GDP. But according to my personal point of view, I think that 2% is not enough, and European partners would be asked to spend much more. It would be like a landmark for cohesion of transatlantic relations. Regarding concerns I have heard on the potential US pivot from Europe, again, I would say that there is a strategic thinking and understanding that we have a common adversary. But at the same time, when it comes to Russia, of course, I absolutely agree with the remarks made by colleagues regarding the China threat. Europe would need this defense spending, not only to counteract Russia, but of course to counteract potential other adversaries. From Ukrainian perspective, I would say that, I guess it would be the third point, but the second point would dedicate it to the resilience of European societies as well as the Europe as a whole. In the context of reducing vulnerabilities with the technical and digital instruments, because there are so many discussions as well as analytical reports that say that we need to think strategically about the potential attacks on the critical infrastructure in digital domain. And of course, we need to think, I mean, not only it's from Ukrainian perspective, it's also very highly valued, but in any case, their estimation and testing would be after the outcomes of the US presidential election. And the third point, of course, dedicated to Ukraine. I would say that war in Europe and Ukrainian potential accession to NATO, I hope it would be the issue and we would receive some kind of decision. Of course, despite the lack right now of political decision on membership, I believe that we need, I mean, Ukraine as well as European partners, we need to think for the strategic perspective and to perceive Ukraine as a part of NATO already. It doesn't mean that we would conduct some kind of common exercises, because as you probably know, Ukraine participated in some NATO exercises. But at the same time, we need to have some kind of response plans that would include Ukraine as a frontline nation. Of course, the Ukrainian armed forces will continue to fight for restoration of our territorial integrity. And I hope we can and we would rely on the partnership that we have already achieved. And for example, agreements on security cooperation that have already been signed with 9 countries, including Finland, including our UK partners, Canada. And I hope we would have some kind of agreement on security cooperation with the US as soon as it's possible. But at the same time, from the perspective of Ukraine, of course, we are waiting for invitation because we need to think about our future. This war is a personal tragedy for every and each Ukrainian. It's a personal tragedy for, I believe, also for Europeans. But sometimes I think if, for example, Ukraine would join NATO since 2008, I mean Bucharest Summit, since Bucharest Summit, maybe my native town, Mariupol city, would be prosperous with happy people who look to the future. Thus, in this regard, I believe that we need this invitation to not only for us it's important, because also it's important for European partners, for those states who are on the front line and have the common border with Russia, to plan in the terms of defense spending, in the terms of technical aspects, and as well as from the common political and security policy. I think that I would put ... here, and then I'm ready to follow up.
Okay, thank you. That's much said about Mr. Trump, but he was right in one thing about the defense budget, as we have seen now. Okay, a comment and a question to Benita Heiskanen. Can we trust that USA will not leave NATO if Trump is elected as president?
Well, there are a couple of things to consider here. First of all, is that the United States still has Congress, and there are still other institutions that have a say. So that's one thing. Another thing is that if either of these two main candidates now become president, they will only be president for one term. So a lot of this discussion is already looking towards the 2028 election. My third point would be that whatever presidential candidates say during the campaign, life will change after they become president, for the sheer fact that there is only so much you can do. And usually whatever you do, it happens during the first couple of years of your presidency. And then the rest you can't accomplish as much. But of course, this will be a negotiation between different actors in terms of what was said, military spending, defense budget. That's always going to be a matter of congressional debate and different factions in Congress.
I'll ask you one question. Should Ukraine be worried if Trump is elected about the speeches of the peace and ending the war in one day? Is it also rhetoric, but is there something truth about?
Well, of course there are factions in the House of Representatives in particular who are not in agreement with the military strategies and where funding should go. I mean, some people think that the funding should go to the US-Mexico border rather than Ukraine. But, I mean, we can't make such predictions. I mean, those are political decisions that are being made on a case-by-case basis. And we've seen that they are long and drawn-out debates that go in. Usually issues get tangled up, so you have a bunch of different issues that are being negotiated. And it's political maneuvering. So
Okay. Any thoughts? Yes, Gunilla.
Thank you very much. Well, as I see it now, we have a very vivid discussion in Europe going on, which is about how should we prepare for a policy from the United States that would put NATO on a very low level. For example, Mrs. von der Leyen says we have to build up a European industrial policy. And then Mr. Stoltenberg say, now you have to be careful. If you exclude United States out from your cooperation, there will be a lack of trust. And that lack of trust will be very difficult to amend if there is no policy from the United States of the kind that you are fearing. So this is going on the whole time as we see it. And when I hear from my foreign minister, the Swedish foreign minister, he emphasizes clearly that he is on the transatlantic side of this debate. We hear the United Kingdom, the transatlantic side, Poland, the same, France on the other side. We have to build something American because otherwise, something European, because otherwise we are in a very bad situation in case Mr. Trump does what we fear he may do. So as I see it, it's a dilemma for the Europeans right now. Should we try to develop something really European, or should we trust that by cooperating with the United States, we will make things better when Mr. Trump comes? So this is not a static thing. It's very much going on, and we don't know.
Maybe
Please.
one more additional point to discuss. If to think about the strategic competition that is possible between the US and China, of course, I think that it's about the reliability of partners in Europe, because if US wants to achieve if the US want to win this competition, the American partners would need the reliability in Europe, and it means that the increased level of self-reliance in Europe, it's not about like a challenge, it's much more an opportunity for European leadership. I would try to focus on such dimension.
Okay, thank you. I'm interested what your American panelists think about these questions. Heidi.
So first of all, I would say that regardless of who wins, the House and Senate have razor-thin margins, so that really leads to very much a divided government in the US. So the ability of any one person to do particularly the things that we're talking about relative to Trump, I think is very difficult. And secondly, I would not underestimate the US's support for the Ukraine. I would say that it certainly was regrettable that it took the US as long as it did to approve the funding recently for the Ukraine. But in reality, what happened? What happened was Johnson was very against funding the Ukraine until he became Speaker of the House. He becomes Speaker of the House, and now he goes to the daily military briefings at the White House. And what happened? He changed his mind, and the funding was approved. So I would say that in the end, the US will end up doing, if you will, what the EU would like us to do. But I would also point out that the European countries have amazing, brilliant people, wonderful technology, as was pointed out a minute ago in Finland. But yet what goes on in Brussels, I would characterize, if you will, as being not very democratic. So if the EU would maybe allow more advances in business and in technology, you would be not only a more powerful strategic partner, but really have a chance to change a lot of things.
Okay, thank you. So we can be positive also.
Yes, we can be.
And it was excellent because we now shift to economy. And this one goes to Jari Sinkari. What are the main area of cooperation in the economy? Is there a risk of the United States increasing protectionist measures and state aid? And how should EU respond to this?
Well, first of all, I think it's worth noting that the trade relationship between the United States and European Union, or vice versa, it is the most important trade relationship in the world. And talking about also the not only the trade, but innovation and all kind of economic activity across the Atlantic. So this is a very positive thing. Then talking about Heidi was mentioning, I kind of like heard between the lines a lobbyist saying that Europe should be a little bit less regulatory when approaching the disruptive technologies. That was my take of your last comment. But we also can shoot back from the European Union that we must continue to make the case for free trade across the Atlantic and cooperation in emerging technologies, including the critical infrastructure. And transparent and efficient market economy has always been the trademark of the West, creating and spreading prosperity and opening new horizons for all peoples. And it's important for the geopolitical reasons as well. And unfortunately, we still have some unresolved trade disputes with the United States, but there's one body, the EU-US Trade and Technology Council, that has been a very important forum for addressing key issues. And we look forward to its continuation in order to promote much needed deeper transatlantic cooperation in technology and trade questions. So these were the prepared comments. And then if I zoom onto that where in particular now we are doing very important cooperation between United States and the European Union, I would mention three things. Sanctions, for example, sanctions that have been created against Russia after the brutal attack against Ukraine. So these how the European Union and United States, that has been very concrete measures. I don't even remember how many packages of sanctions we have been able to put together, but there's a very concrete comparing notes and making sure that we are on the same page. So that is very important. Then also we have some initiatives that could be categorized as de-risking. So de-risking concerning, for example, that how to be less dependent on strategic metals coming from China, how in general be more resilient concerning the value chains and the logistical chains. So that comparing the notes, that has been also very important. It's still continuing. And then one aspect that probably we could do more, I would classify it as standardization. That when we talk about these new technologies, it is very important that we make them work for the individuals. I mean, that they are closer to our Western values than, for example, authoritarian values. And I'm quoting now not an American, not an European, but I'm quoting the Prime Minister of India. I was in one conference where he mentioned that we have to make sure that the new technologies are used to empower individuals, not to empower those countries who want to observe and make the life more difficult for individuals. So I stop here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mia-Petra, how would you comment this? subject.
Yes, I also spent this second term, 5 years in the Trade Committee and also this US relations. So for me, it is like obvious that TTIP, we didn't succeed with the big trade package. So we have a lot of small meetings and trials to go further. And EU is still a more open economy for US investors than USA for us. So that's why I'm not afraid to also point out the challenges that we have. And also I have seen the US has not difficulties to point the challenges that they have, because there are two democracies, we can work and even have challenges together. So for me, also the list that Jari gave on the sanctions, very, very important and good, and we have to continue. There's like no stop. The high envoy on the sanctions, he really said that there is an army of people going to Kremlin every morning where to buy the Western technology, and then they find a new way. So we have to prove new sanctions to stop that. They buy them from the third countries and so. So also here I emphasize that we have had challenges with the Trump in the international organizations. It has been better with Biden. And then I think the G7 is still very good and important, because oil price, whatever we want to make Russia to really suffer also economically, and then these battlefield goods, we really should stop. There is like the cooperation is so much needed based on our shoulders, but then even the G7 countries and more needed. The Tech and Trade Council is very, very interesting and has been on my radar a lot. I have been working on this digital path that Europe tries to make, and I think there also already mentioned that it is challenges, but also a lot of possibilities. And then I really would emphasize the possibilities, whatever we can do on the research side, or opening the possibilities to go together. It is very good way. The challenge is that the European Parliament tackled the last years was IRA, good for the globe, that also USA is taking serious steps towards green industry, green technologies, industries, less emissions on the road transport, and so on and so on. So again, there is like a positive side that the market economies fight together. Who is the best one to develop a heavy lorry without emissions? So is it then open trade, open standards to start doing this? Or is it a trade war that because I invent it, you may not sell it to us, or other way around? So I think that this geopolitical situation today really, really emphasizes that we should and could be doing more. So I think that the de-risking, the last point Jari mentioned, is really also to look behind what if things happen. What if USA is not willing to cooperate more? What if USA is closing more its market? And that's why I think these common notes, Parliament wishes always more, and everybody in the business life was expecting more from the Trade Technology Council than comparing notes. So the results were not that big that we hoped, but then I think the challenges might bring us even more together and then get some victories on those senses. So the productivity change is and the raw materials are the things that we really, really need to look each other. And then Europe de-risking something is not closing its market. And I just mention Europe is open because I'm happy that Europe is open. It has been benefited Europe as the being open for markets. It has really benefited Europe, and that is very much the Nordic belief for the free trade. But if the whole world is changing, we cannot remain here alone being the open one. And that's why I think the calls for the markets to be more market deals and trade deals to be reached is always a positive note to show. Also, those other choices, the austerity models, that market economies, open societies can benefit also economically. More people get jobs, more GDP. So that's why I think it is also a model that we have to show. If Europe is going backwards economically, it gives more flora and forum for other kind of messages, for example, from the East.
Any comments from American panelists? William?
Well, I just want to talk a little bit about the election because all the commentators have made very important points about how the election will potentially turn out, and that no one has a prediction, quite frankly, in June, and no one will really know how the election turns out until the election happens. I do want to mention one possible variable that hasn't been introduced, and that is the large Ukrainian populations or Ukrainian diaspora in many of the swing states. So Michigan, Ohio, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, they all have significant Ukrainian diasporas. Now they're 2-3 generations away from the home country, but nevertheless, the Ukrainian diaspora has done a lot to educate Americans about Ukraine. They send them to Ukraine very often. And so I think in light of how this election is going to turn out, and the fact that it's going to be a very, very close election, I think the question of the diaspora and how they vote will be a very important variable. And I think both parties will be going after the diaspora in various directions.
Okay. The next question goes to you, William, also. Is the United States ready to engage in multilateral cooperation with the EU, or does it aim for bilateral discussions with individual states? I think it's a very big question.
It's a very big question, and I will deal with a couple of issues that are kind of coming around the bend, and I will deal with 3 of them. The first issue, in terms of bilateral and multilateral negotiations, I think involves the question of transitional justice, of how the EU and the US will have different approaches to hold Russia accountable for its crimes in Ukraine. And the EU has been negotiating and talking about reintroducing some of the crimes that were in the Nuremberg trials, such as the crime against aggression and the crimes against peace. The United States, as a general rule, doesn't like international laws that might actually implicate the United States. So I don't see the United States actually being a strong force for this. But nevertheless, when this war ends, and I don't know how it's going to end, it won't end when the fighting stops. It will end when Russia is held accountable. And there are many Europeans who are trying to hold Russia accountable. There are Ukrainians who are trying to hold Russia accountable. They have basically gathered evidence for 100,000 plus war crimes as well. So I think one of the issues going forward is how everyone deals with transitional justice. The second issue going forward, I think that's important, is how the US and the EU will deal with the assets that are currently in the United States and the European Union. It's something upwards of $300 billion that now rests in Western banks. And there has been a growing consensus that some of this money will be used in the future to deal with the reconstruction of Ukraine. Now, that's a very controversial topic. I'm sure the bankers and the lawyers will get engaged in that topic because I don't think they really want to have assets redistributed that are in Western banks. But nevertheless, I think that is another important issue going forward that will have to be addressed. And I think the trend is for both blocs to try to use these assets for Ukrainian reconstruction, but it will be very difficult in terms of passing laws and so forth to get these assets to Ukraine. The final thing I want to emphasize is the issue about challenges to the EU-US bloc and the question of whether Russia and China actually represent an alternative bloc. Now, Putin always wants to talk about Russian as a separate civilization. Every time he goes to talk with China, he talks about the that they want to kind of create a new multipolar world. But no one really understands, quite frankly, what a multipolar world looks like and how it can actually challenge the EU and the US in terms of economic structures, institutions, and so forth. So there will be a large question as to whether Russia and China actually have an alliance, because for the most part, I don't think they do. And I don't think they do primarily because China always does what's in its best interest. And it's not going to basically help Russia try to remain a global power. Indeed, I think there's every expectation that China will assume the position of the second major global power, and they won't want to really deal with Russia as a third. And that's basically, she has said that as well. So I don't think going forward that the Russia-China alliance will be a threat to the EU and the US. It was very interesting that Putin just went to China. Obviously, it's the first country that he visited after his re-election. Unfortunately, it's probably the only country that he can visit because he has been indicted by the ICC and he can't go to a lot of places around the world. So I think that it was very interesting that Putin went to China. Literally the day after Putin went to China, Xi went to the EU and basically talked about the importance of EU-China relations. So I think that basically there is a lot of bluster from Putin, especially, about, Russia as a civilization, Russia as its own kind of international power. But Russia is now under severe sanctions, as we have talked about. It has had a serious impact on the Russian economy. It has had serious impacts on Russian trade with China and other export as well. And I think that one of the major accomplishments of this war is that the EU and the US have held together in terms of sanctions. And I think that going forward, that will be an important part of whatever a post-war world looks like.
Thank you. Ukraine wants to join both European Union and NATO. Veera, your thoughts about multilateral cooperation?
First of all, I have no doubt that we would be a member both of NATO as well as the EU. It's not about the timelines, because we've heard the political statements regarding that while the war is going on, there is a problem with joining both alliances. But at the same time, sounds like a strategic plan. We need to win a war in order to accelerate the joining of both EU and NATO. I guess I would make some comments regarding the three very important points that had mentioned during the previous speech. I would say that regarding the China-Russia so-called alliance, of course, I would say that China looks at our war, of course, makes some decisions, and of course, draw some conclusions in order what kind of mistakes you shouldn't do. For example, underestimate your potential rivalry. But at the same time, if to pay attention to the discussions we've heard within the European Union as well as within the United States, that's interesting to observe the arguments. And of course, when it comes to the assets, frozen Russian assets in Europe or within the US, I see the main discussion around whether we need to direct this money a bit later for reconstruction or whether it could be used for example, for defense requests. I guess the truth is something in the middle, because from the Ukrainian perspective, of course, we need more defense instruments, we need air defense, we need ammunition, we need everything that could save lives of our people, of our children. And of course, we need political support within the multinational platforms. But at the same time, we need a clear understanding what should be done from the perspective, for example, of the European Union or United States of America, in terms of our standardization with the NATO and introduction of technical guidelines into our legislation. I think that with the assets, I hope for the positive decisions due to several factors. Again, political consensus is needed right now, how to use these assets and when you should use it. Following the issue of transitional justice, of course, for Ukrainians, those who had lost relatives, who had lost their belongings, their houses, it's important to understand that we would have an opportunity to restore some kind of justice, if we may say so. But at the same time, I believe that we need more focus on common interests, and our common interest lays within the security. But at the same time, we need the clear timelines and requirements for Ukraine for joining NATO, as well as the European Union. But at the same time, we have rather positive dynamic with the EU, and we have, I hope we would have some kind of positive news in recent days. But at the same time, when it comes to the economy or security, to be honest, I would stress on the security, because without the security, you wouldn't have a development, you wouldn't have a future, you wouldn't have plans for future. At the same time, for the security, you need financial resources, you need economy. That's why that's an interesting dilemma to face within the security expert community. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Any more comments on this subject? Yeah, please.
Mentioned that we are not certain about this alliance between China and Russia, but there's an American or English saying that if it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, at certain level, it looks like that they are pretty much synchronizing at least their narrative, how they are talking about this Russian attack against Ukraine. They try to circumvent verbally about this the fact that there's only one attacker, and then what the Western world, I mean, basically the European Union, what we are stressing to the Chinese is that they are kind of like they have a control of their how the European Union, for example, is seeing them, and so we make it clear that we hope them to use their influence to Russia to understand that that China should do more to change the attitude what China has towards Russia, and Russia should stop the war. So the idea is that we try to make it sure for the Chinese that they understand that there are consequences if this thing that William doesn't think that it's an ally, that if it's deepening, so that there will be consequences, because at the end of the day, the Chinese, they need the markets in European Union and also in the United States and elsewhere in the world.
Do you want to give a short answer?
I'll try to give an answer, yes. It's very interesting that Russia basically is the small brother to China. And Russia never wants to be the minor player in a political global situation. So I don't think China really has a lot of leverage against Russia. because it's just doing what it wants to do. And Putin has backed himself into a corner, and I don't see that China is going to be in a position to kind of make a reasonable offer for a negotiation, and I don't see that happening anytime soon. I think Ukraine, from its perspective, doesn't think that China is a fair player, and it hasn't been so basically throughout the war. So I don't think that China is somehow going to march in and kind of be the peacemaker in Ukraine, especially because, as I've mentioned, there are just so much rigid designs now between this war. And I don't think Ukraine is going to accept any sort of negotiation where Ukraine loses territory. It has fought too hard and for too long against great odds that I don't see them just walking away from the regions that they have lost. And that includes the Donbass and Crimea. So I don't see how China kind of sweeps in and solves the problem. And I don't think China is really in a position to tell Russia what to do. And I don't see that happening anytime soon. And I don't think that Putin really wants to negotiate unless he gets a lot of territory, because that's what his goal is. And territory is what is the issue. And Russia's imperial designs for Ukraine. It's something out of the 18th century, but we need to get used to that as well. And how we actually get to some sort of compromise where somehow Ukraine has to be made whole, or at least, yes, Ukraine has to be made whole if there's any sort of reasonable chance to ending this war other than on the battlefield.
Gunilla.
Yeah, sorry. I have a completely different perspective on this issue. So now I'm going to the European scene only. What we see when American presidents come to Europe, we see them visiting London, Berlin, Paris, and Brussels. And this is what we see as natural. We would be surprised if he, on a so-called normal visit, would focus instead of Ljubljana and Stockholm, unless there are special reasons. Bigger states, they have more of an influence on the United States, and this is natural. And normally the EU is included as well, and that is good. And this is the normal. What we see now with Mr. Trump is that there is one country in particular that he favors, that's Hungary. And that is for ideological reasons. Will we have a president in the future who will select countries for special purposes in order not only to tend to their problems, but also be a strong force in that country? I would see that as highly detrimental, and it would not be totally incredible either with Mr. Trump as president. So I prefer the big countries dominating rather than a president who is too much involved in European business.
Okay. Thank you. We have been very effective, and it's time for the last topic. There's lots of demands to USA in this cooperation, but the cooperation is a two-way street. So the last topic is, what would be the most sensible way for the European Union to develop cooperation with the United States, and in which areas does EU need to strengthen its own actions? This one goes to Minna Petra Kumpula-Natri.
Well, I don't know if I have all the expertise on the wide topic, but then I will have some ideas. First of all, it is that we are close allies, and then also hopefully after the elections, but also remind there is elections in Europe also, which might change a balance a little. This is talked much less than the November elections, and it's already happening starting next week, the pre-votes, and then the European Parliament is not considered that big one in its effort. but it has been very much reflecting the general situation of the political life in Europe. So I hope that even in these 2 weeks there could be some talks about transatlantic relation in the European Parliament elections. What is the meaning of that? And then also I think it is like a great paradox that there, among the Finnish voters, for example, 75% see the security being the most important. It is not the same situation in the other European Union countries. It is more, the closer to Russia you are, the more important the security in general is as a topic. But then I think the paradox is that we want more security from European Union as well, but it is not, to my opinion, not to go in the NATO structures, but in parallel, because we are the expert of the comprehensive security questions. And I can say that with the proudness, because our former President of the Republic, Niinistö, is now preparing the paper for the European Union on the comprehensive security. So then I think that the paradox is that now more and more people in Finland are already answering the ticking the box less Europe rather than more Europe. And if we want to be more secure Europe, we need more Europe. But then I think that is also kind of one paradox, that I don't like the plastic policy of European Union making impact on my bottle of plastic, or some industry is not willing to renew its business, but then another one might be willing there. So when we were talking about the hybrid talks and what is the good, unfortunately, this is not a decade of the European integration. There's not big appetite for new treaty changes or making Europe even stronger in the security structures. So we are, as the politicians, we are kind of given the framework to enhance European security in existing treaties and in existing possibilities, even with the greatest partners like USA. So there, I think we need strong leaders to speak in favor of the Europe and to speak in favor of the transatlantic relations. So this is what Europe could do more, and then also the American friends who understand this relation could do more back in Washington to explain that what is the strong Europe and why it is needed. So that is on both sides needed, because it is not the benefit of the United States either to have more Europe 27 at a scattered puzzle, having Hungary policy, Finland policy, Sweden policy, German policy. So the coherent European policy is good for this global situation. And this paradox, less Europe and more security, is not very vivid. So also I think that what we can do is to look the way forward together on these disruptive technologies. And I'm very sorry to always to hear that you should not act as Europe. And it's very strange to hear that when there is strategical studies of United States, that how to fight the Chinese, that you have to be 2030 winning China on AI, on quantum, on chips and on biotechnology. So isn't it very good that Europe is also doing its part? And then how much we can do together. So this is something that Tech and Trade Council is trying to do. So it's good the comparing notes plans exist and we can do. And then also I think that what should be the next level is that how much we can find more global solution on this one. Japan is integrated to the European and the USA, and then we have the triangle there. But then there are many others that there are USA with some part which EU is not in, and then we have a EU. So all these the geopolitical working together institutions, if we don't see these existing ones to cope with, then the new ones should be as broad as possible. But I officially, and the EU really, really wants to respect the existing ones, even with challenges. So I think the good path forward would be that increase the trust in between the actors with whoever is in the lead. So I very much like the way somebody put that the NATO already has a proposal for the possible Trump-proof NATO, that have a 100 billion proposal by Secretary General. So hopefully things like that will fly. And then when I visited the Republican backing think tanks, there was hope very much still for the Ukraine support, but with the different argumentation. So if Trump is elected, maybe he won't argument for the international laws, but rather than he doesn't maybe like communism. So I hope this is the way that Europe will work with whoever leader, and I hope the whoever leader will wants to work with EU, and the EU task is to remain coherent. I will end with the good sign that we have been finding each other and intensified even after the Brexit, even after the COVID, and even after the Russian aggression. So the sanctions has been very concrete tool to find each other, both trade and economical and the security way. So I count very much on that. And then also we said that we are aligned because of the values we have for the democracy and for the human centricity, as in AI and many other issues. But then also remembering that our societies, democratic nations, are for humans. And that is something very simple you have to sometimes remind, normally maybe high school students or so, but I think even in front of this capable and much more educated audience than me, why we do this, we do it for our families and our close ones. And why Ukraine is fighting, it is fighting for their close ones and the families. So I've been working for the children issue, trying to even help the children taking to the Russia to help to bring them back. And if Trump USA is only limiting the support for the military aid, I don't know the history of the nation that fights only with the war, with the weapons. You normally work and fight, and the willingness to fight is there that you have families and children back home that to whom you fight for. And that's why I think that we have to speak to the Europeans, even those countries with the word war fatigue or high energy prices because of helping to cutting the US energy imports, that we need to fight for the children and the families. There's no nation to fight without energy in the cold winter. There's no nation to fight without schools and hospitals for the children, and the children having their future as well. So there we have a lot to give as transatlantic relation and the Western world.
Thank you. Gunilla, your thoughts?
Thank you very much. And as you will soon hear, my comments will be very similar to Mia Petra's. First of all, I think we've got a home lesson from NATO once we joined. And in the north, in particular, we have been told that we need to increase the possibilities for mobility for the American and other Western troops to reach the front line through our countries. That goes for Sweden, it goes for Norway, and it goes for Finland. And I think it would be a very good idea to cooperate with the United States and show the United States that we take this lesson seriously, because otherwise we will be perceived as only those who take the good things from NATO, Article 5, etc., and not being eager to do our part of the work as well. So this is something of a priority as I see it. Then my next point was very similar to Mia Petra's. This is that we have to be careful to approach the new administration, if there is a new administration in the United States, if there are misconceptions about there in the United States among them, that we are not doing our part, we should show them, we should approach them in a friendly way and show this is what we do in the north, in the south, and in the west, in Europe, in order to save our common territory, not only that we are waiting for people coming from you. Then I have one thing which I don't believe in at all, but I want to mention it. Trade issues, they are difficult. We are very different when it comes to trade, and European countries are different as well. We are more for free trade in some countries. Other countries are not so hesitant about protectionism. But this is something where we have to work on our side, and we have to work together with the United States. About strengthening European actions, yes, of course, number one, 2% and more of GDP is absolutely necessary. The United States has been right for decades telling us that we are not taking this seriously. We have to do that. And when we look at Ukraine, apart from the last problems in the United States, they have been giving so much more than Europe. We have to be better. There are countries in Europe that are really very, very low. Create more and a better industrial capability. This is that I mentioned about before. I think it's very difficult, but we have to try to come to terms with the United States. Blinken said the other day that Europe has to develop its own industrial capability, and if he says so, he thinks there is a possibility we could do that without offending the United States, that we'll leave them out. So I think we should try for that, and then again try to increase our own cohesion. That is, we haven't mentioned Hungary, but Hungary has been a problem in this context. Well, I did mention it previously, but anyway, I can mention it again. We have to come closer to each other. That's all.
Okay, thank you. We have a couple of minutes left. Any comments, very short comments here? Benita, William?
Just generally.
Generally, or
well, I'll just maybe just wrap up my own thinking, coming back to this idea that words construct reality. How do we talk about these things is important. Do we create polarization? If so, are there any measures that we can take to start exercising in depolarization strategies? Perhaps I was very inspired by the reconstruction plan. I think that's the key here. What is the plan for reconstruction in the future, and how do we envision the post-war world order? What is our own agency in creating that and in discussing and debating that world order?
Okay, I think this is a good time to end this part of the program. Transatlantic cooperation, though we have learned there are many aspects, many possibilities, even some problems, but it's highly important for both United States and Europe. Thank you for the panelists, and thank audience for your attention.
So let's continue. It's some kind of challenge to lead a panel knowing that everyone is actually waiting for a glass of wine, but I think we can do this anyway. So let's start conversation about media's role in contributing to security. Please welcome Matti Posio, Francesca Maretta, Markku Mantila, Ruslanas Irtsikevicius, and Anne Francois Ivert, sorry my French, Mika Hentunen, and Jekaterina Klikman. My name is Jussi Orel, and I'm working as an editor-in-chief newspaper Turun Sanomat here in Turku. I suppose that the audience know who you are, but could you tell us shortly what kind of role security police acts in your work? Who would like to start? Matti, please.
My name is Matti Posio. I'm a long-time Russia hand of Finnish journalism. I think the day when I was a young guy as a correspondent in Moscow for Kauppalehti and Aamulehti in, I think, August 1999 was the day when my work life was defined quite heavily for the next 30 years and still counting, because some KGB man called Vladimir Putin was then nominated Prime Minister of Russia. And not many people knew who he was, even if he had been director of the FSB, the Russia's security service before, and things like that. So I have been covering Russia. I have been studying, learning Ukraine more and more, especially during the last years. I have done many things in Finnish media, especially the regional newspapers. And right now I lead a team of journalists that covers national and international affairs for 4 newspapers. Largest one of them is Turun Sanomat here in Turku. You can see my interview with Mr. William Pomeranz out just now on their website. And other newspapers are Ilkka Pohjalainen, a very distinguished Finnish regional newspaper. My friend Markus is the editor-in-chief, also Kainuun Sanomat and Keski-Pohjanmaa. But my through line of my career has been to always keep tabs on Russia and the former Soviet Union. And I feel very strongly that this is why I'm still needed around in this game.
Thank you. Francesca.
Well, as a journalist, I covered conflicts and war zones, and I did it for the Italian press. And the last big story I covered was the so-called Arab Spring. Then, as of 2013, I've been working as a press officer spokesperson in EU crisis management missions, namely common security and defense policy missions. But when I was in my early 20s, and I was working on my dissertation for my MA in politics, I actually witnessed the collapse of Soviet Union, because that was my topic, and which obviously changed as the situation there was changing. And when I studied politics, I also studied Russian written and spoken for 4 years, not knowing at the time when I was so young that this nowadays would help me. Both has helped me when I was working in the Middle East and Sub-Saharan Africa for many years. But now I'm based in Ukraine, and I was also working in Georgia for 2 years. So this in the end turned out to be extremely useful, as provide me with the background to, get that kind of background knowledge to go in depth of the crisis. And another thing that my international experience provided me to, both as a journalist and then as a press officer, let's say, working now in diplomacy, is to go in depth with how crises are interconnected, which we should not overlook, even though now we are focusing on this area. And that's it for me.
Markku.
Right, thanks Jussi. I'm Markku Mantila. I'm nowadays the editor-in-chief of Ilkka Pohjalainen, a regional paper that is about 200 kilometers up to the north from here. That's my area where I operate. And I've been dealing with communications most of my career. I started in 1985 already, and then I've been a journalist, editor-in-chief most part of that time. And then I, took a job in government communications a few years ago, and before that I was a diplomat about 8 years. So I have had difficulties in deciding should I be a journalist or a civil servant, and now I'm a journalist again. Right, and in my previous jobs I've been dealing with information influence as well, and that was one huge part of my work when I was the head of government communications some years back, and then, after that I was working about 2 years in Riga, in NATO Stratcom Center of Excellence. And what I learned from that time was that the new information space can surprise you, and it's very difficult to master.
Thank you. Laanas, please.
Thank you, Jussi. So I'm very happy that you almost pronounced my name without breaking your
breaking your tongue. So thank you, and thank you for the invitation once again to the conference organizers. I'm very, very happy to be here. And in my name, my previous positions, I have a lot of former, because of my new position. So I'm a director of a newly established media support fund in Lithuania, and but a former media person, journalist, and editor-in-chief of various publications. But I had to cut my links to those publications because of my new position. But obviously, when I'm sort of joking that before that I had one finger in the media pie, now I have all my 10 fingers in the media pie of Lithuania. So I don't know if I will have a chance to speak more about the fund, but the fund is supporting media in various aspects in Lithuania, minus national broadcasting. I think that this is important, that the financial support without strings attached is increasing in Lithuania. This is state-managed funds. We have allocated subsidies to the media, and we, as an independent administrator with independent body of management, supporting Lithuanian media. It's a quite new project, but it's really interesting things going to happen in Lithuanian media support. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Anne-Françoise Hiver, and I'm the correspondent, local, regional correspondent of Le Monde in the Nordic countries, which include Sweden, Finland, Norway, Denmark, Iceland, and the Baltic states. It's not been so much about the Baltic states before 2022, but it's of course more and more. I am based in Sweden. I moved there 22 years ago, and I've been working for different medias for different years, and started to work for Le Monde in 2016. And when it comes to the question of security, covering the Scandinavian countries up to 2014, I would say there was not a lot about security, and that radically changed. Well, not radically, that changed a bit in 2014, 15, especially in Sweden, where suddenly there was remilitarization, there was the military service that came back, etc. So there was a realization that something changed, and that really continued and dramatically changed on the 24th of February 2022, where I've been spending quite a lot of time covering NATO, especially the Swedish side, which was not very quick and smooth. And just to give you an example about how important it became in 2022 also for a newspaper like Le Monde, I was, I think, 5 times in Finland just after the months after the full-scale invasion started. I think 3 times at the border, already a couple of days after the invasion of Ukraine, and it was striking to listen to the Finns in Lappeenranta who were talking about how a new iron curtain was falling on Europe, where my home country was miles away from what was discussed in the Nordic countries. So my job has changed quite a lot as well because of the situation, the geopolitical situation.
Interesting. Thank you, Mika.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Mika Hentunen. I'm currently Asia correspondent for Finnish Broadcasting Company. So I have been a foreign news journalist around 30 years, and all of that, and all the time, every time, like I could say that global security has been a kind of central theme in my work, and how that affects Finland. That's what I could tell. So just like last year, 20th of May, I moved to Beijing. So that was that's my 1-year anniversary as a Asia correspondent based in Beijing. Which has been quite a challenging challenging thing and very interesting time. So China is the number 6 country in addition to Finland that I have lived and worked. Prior to that, I was NATO special assignment reporter, so I was following the process when Finland went to NATO, which was a very quick, historically quick and interesting period, and it was really interesting to follow that as a reporter. And before that, I was correspondent in Washington. So it's now, especially being in Beijing, it's very interesting to see the other side of the coin. So as far as global security is concerned.
Thank you. Katerina.
Hello, Turku. I'm Russian journalist. I start my career same year as Putin. So I'm living a witness of catastrophe that happened to Russian journalism. My first boss was poisoned. It was 21 years ago, and it was only the beginning. So I've seen a lot. And now I work from exile, as many of us. So we are still alive, and we continue to do our job. It's not easy, but we never stop, that's for sure. And my media in exile, Novaya Gazeta Europe, labeled as criminal organization back in Russia, undesirable organization, they call it. It means, personally for me, for example, just 6 years in prison if I go back. But it's not actually the highest rate within my colleagues. So, yeah, we walk from exile, and I will give you an exotic perspective of security topics, because I live in upside-down world, and my concerns are not really about national security of Russia, of course, because they care only about security of themselves, people who are in power. My main concern is to protect my journalist and source of information, and they are at a great risk, and they still do their job and give us information, being just common people, so it's a good example of resistance. But this is what word security means for me, to protect people who produce information for us. Thank you.
Thank you. We really have a lot of knowledge here. I know this is a huge and broad question, but how do you see media's role as contributing both internal and external security? Is media also in charge of contributing security, or is the role only to be some kind of storyteller? Can we in media have some kind of agenda in this issue? For example, war in Ukraine and how we report on it. Matti wants to start.
I would like to say that first thing as a journalist is that you need a backbone. It's not being always right, it's not about being always objective, but having a backbone. And for that, what you need the backbone for is to stay standing and continue what you are doing, no matter what, for years, for decades and for ages. And I mentioned that I'm very ancient myself, been working and covering Russia for more than 30 years now. And you think about the old metaphor of a frog in a heated, almost boiling water, and the heat is turned up slowly enough so that the frog doesn't notice and it doesn't make the leap. It has all the powers and capabilities to leap out, but it never does because it doesn't realize that the heat has been going higher and higher for 30 years. And this is the case with Russia's aggression, crumbling of the Russian state apparatus, corruption, and leaving behind the first buds of democracy, which I had the pleasure of seeing in 1990s, working already then in Moscow, and in even 96 presidential election wasn't that beautiful, but Yeltsin won after all. So to think about some more timelines. Okay, I mentioned Putin came to power in 99. Well, you can think about some other dates. Ukraine, it's now been 810 days of the full-scale war of Russia against Ukraine and everything Ukrainian. It's a question of counting whether you count it as the 11th year summer of war in Ukraine or the third. And the journalist's job always was to call Russia's bluffs. And this is where I see that I have made an impact by just keeping on, and continuing, because the movement is so slow. What I saw in 99, I think Ruslanas last night when we actually bumped into each other in the hotel sauna, he started remembering how in 1999, almost the first decision of Putin when he rose to power was to return the Soviet anthem to Russia. Nobody cared. Here in this room, everybody would say that, oh, who cares about the song? But it was a signal. The anthem was chosen personally by Stalin. It was returned. So to understand things like this, Anna Politkovskaya, our colleague from Novaya Gazeta, was murdered in 2006 on Putin's birthday, October the 7th. I remember because it's also my wife's birthday. Navalny was first poisoned in, I don't know when, but he almost died in August 2020. That's the same time when there was this uprising of people in Belarus. 2008, Georgia, 2014, after Revolution of Dignity and Euromaidan in Ukraine, Russia attacks east parts of Ukraine. I think that's one of the times when journalists missed the ball, because many of us, my colleagues here, were also calling those forces, the Russian special forces, Russia-minded separatists and euphemisms like this. So calling it what it is has always been the journalist's job in this security business. I don't think it's our job to lobby anyone's interests or lobby for the army or lobby for the government, but to have a backbone to do our job and believe in Winston Churchill, who said that never, never, never give up. So basically that's what journalism should do.
Any comments? Ruslanis.
Thank you very much, and yeah, I appreciate our meeting in sauna. It was the debate started there yesterday, and I would like to turn it a little bit on a different perspective and why it is important for security. It is the case that okay, now we're fighting the war, which is well, not we, but Ukrainians, brave Ukrainian soldiers fighting the war, which looks like World War II in the trenches. But the information warfare is still 21st century, and the Russian military doctrine is actually very clear about the first moves to, or first acts of aggression. They are actually information aggression, or is in the shape of information attacks. So I think that security and information is exactly like, I would say, one-to-one. And why it is important and what is the role of also journalists and media, which is actually kind of like, I'm talking now about the Baltic states, who feel like in the front line. I think that we're supposed to also think about responsibility for not only for yourself, not only for your owner's interest or editorial interest, but also for responsibility for the state. We have to think that at some point the democracy, of course, is extremely important. This is what we are fighting for. This is what, the media freedom indexes are there, and Lithuania is very, very high there. I'm very, very proud of it. But at some point we have to think that the story, the narrative that sometimes prevails in Lithuania, sometimes prevails, well, to less extent in the Baltic states and Lithuania, but maybe to a big extent in the Western countries. That narrative sometimes and very, very often plays in the hand of the future aggressor. We have to start distinguishing that. We should stop bashing ourselves all the time. Yes, it is a part of democracy to be critical, and this is very, very important. But we have to start winning, maybe, we can say that, the hearts of our populations who think that we live in a horrible society, who think that this is the horrible places. I'm talking about not majority, but quite a lot of people starting to think that without realizing that we're living in the best place in the planet. We have to start thinking that our hearts and minds of our citizens, they have to be also our responsibility, and stop somewhere where you see that you play in the hands of Moscow. And this is, I think, that the Baltic states, they are very, very good at. And talking about the international security is also we have to start defending ourselves. We have to start fighting back. We have to think about strategies how to fight back. We should stop talking about fighting back. We should start doing it now, because we have so many talented people. Technologically, Russians done a very good job in cutting themselves from the Western agents of influence, social media, whatever, but we have to start fighting not only on the territory of Russia, but we should start fighting it on our territory also, and look at the tools, the legal tools, the informational tools that Russia is using extremely well, especially in Western Europe, to really damage our societies. So let's think about fighting back, thinking about not fighting back also in European Union, but think about ways of bringing that fight back to Russian territory. I don't know how, but we have to start thinking about it. Let's stop defending. Let's start attacking. Thank you.
Marco, okay, Francesca, do you know how do you fight back, and which way?
How about working on prevention and the fact that, for example, internal and external security cannot be seen as something separate. And this is the reason why EU deploys crisis management missions, both civilian and military, because there is a nexus. Basically, it's impossible. What happens in the Sahel, for example, before going to Georgia, I was working in the Sahel. We cannot think, considering especially what we've seen with the role of Russia, how Russia managed to kick out the EU from the Sahel, which is in progress, or France. How can we not think that this is, something that is going to influence our security? So the EU has been deployed missions in other countries with the knowledge and the understanding, and in this case with the strategic vision that a crisis that is happening on the other shore of the Mediterranean, or Ukraine, because the mission in Ukraine was deployed in 2014. And to reply to your question, and I'm based in Ukraine now, everybody in Ukraine will tell you that the war started in 2014, and in February 2022, the full-scale invasion started. So there's no doubt in Ukraine that the war started then. And thinking strategically in order to, link up to what, the colleagues that lastly spoke said, it is stopping being, like a step behind, but starting to be a step ahead. and working more on prevention, on strategic perspective, because Russia, for example, and not only Russia, and we'll link back on how crises are interconnected. We've named China and Iran. They have demonstrated that they've been strategic. For example, let's think about how, with their interference, for example, in the politics in Europe and the US. I am a UK resident, so I've witnessed what happened with Brexit. And then after everybody talking about media environment, we watched the documentary on Cambridge Analytica. Well, they were a step ahead. And now Brexit has happened. One, let's say, positive aspect, because we should stay positive in all this, is that there is far more awareness now when it comes to countering disinformation compared to the past. So I don't know if somebody... and just a last thing about the interconnection of crisis. Let's think about Russia's role in Syria. Let's think about Russia's role indirectly with what's happening now and what has happened with the recent attack of the 7th of October and then the response that Israel had in the Middle East. Why am I saying that? First of all, when we think about Hezbollah, we need to think Iran, okay? And also the strategic, the military capability that Hamas was able to build over time would have not possible without Hezbollah support, which means Iran, although they are one is Shia and the other one is Sunni, but there is this strategic interest together. And the lunga manus of Russia is clear. And what is the result of that? For example, now in the second year in the war in Ukraine. And I tell you this, you can, you get it if you live there. When people ask you question, I don't know, when you go for a cafe or the gym, and you know what they ask you? For example, when there was the coordinated response for the announced attack of Hezbollah on Israel, well, the first thing they ask you said, hold on a second, how could, this coordinated response happen overnight? For Ukraine, everybody said they're supporting Ukraine, and basically we know all that's happened in terms of the kind of help we send in Ukraine. So this is something really we should reflect about. And also, for example, I was in Kiev when there was an attack on 25th of March. This was like an attack in the center of Kiev, and it was a ballistic one. So instead of having the siren first, we had the two explosions first. Now, had it been just a year before, I would have had messages, and it didn't happen, because obviously the war in the Middle East, which is absolutely another huge crisis, has of course diminished massively the interest of in Europe and let alone the United States and elsewhere of what's happening in Ukraine. So let's reflect on this one.
Thank you, Markus.
Right. So. Well, you might know that we Finnish, we normally are not that talkative, and if you want me to answer the question, how can media contribute to the security, I could say two words: it's crucial and it's decisive, and I send you home after that. But I think that the chairman would not be happy with that answer, so let me say a few words on the need of free and multifaceted media. If you look at why information operations are conducted, and if you look at those who have been done by the Russians towards us, there's, well, to make a very, very long story short, there's only one purpose, and the purpose is to break, destroy the national narrative, to destroy everything that is dear to us, explain that we are not what we claim to be, say that we are not independent, we are not democracy, we are not based on rule of law, and so forth. Our culture is not our own, and whatever. And even we are guilty for starting the Winter War in 1939. Even these days, you can see articles and claims saying that, well, it was our fault that the war broke out in November 1939. And then the free media, its importance comes here. If you think about free media, multifaceted media, where you can express your views, you can challenge the power holders and rulers. That helps to prevent wars. I would like to argue that had Russia free media these days, the war on Ukraine would never have happened. And even, well, if the war had happened, if there was free media in Russia, the pressure against the rulers and the pressure to stop the war would be already there. So I would say that to have stable and calm societies, free media is essential.
Thank you. One comment and then next topic, Ekaterina.
Thank you. You ask about media's role. I'm just a journalist, so I easily can answer this question. Media's role in security. We should not be politicians, we should not be secret service, we should not be influence agents, even though Putin label us foreign agents. My opinion is we just provide you with verified information and full information. And then you, based on this information, you made your decisions, guys. So that's our role. And propaganda, Putin's propaganda works not through lies. It's actually a cliche that it lies. No, the main strategy is to withhold the information. And now Belgorod region, it's Russian region near Ukraine, being shelled and people being killed. Civilians and refugees flee. And when they flee and come to another region of Russia, they are mistaken to Ukrainians because Russians don't know that Belgorod region is shelled. And there is no on TV news about that, so they don't know. They don't know, they are not angry. They are not angry, authorities are safe. But it's not only a Russian problem. I was invited to UK mission to UN. They asked me to tell what's going on in Russia. I told them, and then they were very grateful, and they told me that, you know, we are absolutely cut off from information from Russia. We reduced our number of our diplomats. We shut down all joint projects. We stopped everything. Many foreign correspondents left the country, and now they don't know what's going on there. That's why they invited me. And my question is, if you don't know what's going on there, and this country has such a big impact in the world, so how do you do your decisions here? Is it okay, the situation? So then you need media. And, you know, of course, my media in exile mainly focus on informing Russians. But side effect, it's also very useful to you, Europeans. I've heard opinions that Russia should be walled off, let them do whatever they do there. I'm grateful that it's not this opinion is not prevailing in the world, and that's why we actually get funded. Because we cannot anymore be funded by our readers. We really have no access to them anymore. So we get funded, maybe not enough, but still I'm grateful that we exist thanks to that. But not enough. I think not enough. And Russian government value us very well. You've heard what I said before about our status. Secret services of your countries also value us very well. Pegasus spyware was founded on Russian media in exile journalists' devices. You know, it's very expensive spyware. One budget to maintain one device for 1 year is the same as budget for my investigative department in my newspaper for 1 year. Really? Does it worth it? So, yeah, we are valued by secret services very well. both in Russia and outside Russia. But I think journalists are not really enough estimated by societies. Not only exiles, all journalists. We know that European journalism also in crisis, financial crisis. And it's not okay that salaries of European journalists are so low. I know it's still twice bigger than ours, but it's still very low. And society should do that, change that. It's not okay. Thank you.
Shortly.
Yeah, I think that you touched a very important point that also summarized the importance of pluralism of information, which of course it's not obviously present in dictatorship, but should be guaranteed for democracies. And we have seen that this space is narrowing. So it is very important when actually there's funds for the media, because this is the only way to ensure pluralism. But I mentioned before that the last big story I covered was the Arab Spring. And then since then, let's reflect on the massive changes that have been in the media sphere, because there is where, the role and the credibility of the media in terms of, which is being undermined more and more, because more and more attacks on the credibility of journalists are also coming from institutional sources, which we didn't have before. And then with the Arab Spring, you had the beginning of what it started as citizen journalism, which led then to the overflow of what you see on social media, which is maybe something we can talk more about.
Thank you. How can the journalists keep the balance between telling news and same time avoid security risks? What kind of things they must keep in mind? Mika, you are working in China. Can you start?
Yeah, that's quite a challenge, and it's a new thing been also to me. And well, there are certain things. Well, definitely, Ekaterina, you know very well from and better from than what you have to take into account as a journalist, and it's not that easy. It's like often feels like you are told from here that what you should do, and you say, why don't you do that? And felt like people don't understand how much the kind of the pressure and the risks journalists may have. So it's like, for instance, in China, it's not just my security. I'm not worried about myself, but you have to take into account your sources, the security, and the people you interview with there, and people who work for you, because there might be consequences for them for the story you are doing. So that's kind of that's one of the issues, and that's I think in many countries. More and more, also here in Europe, this is an issue in journalism, and it's a very complex thing, and it's not easy to solve. But these are kind of things which definitely affect reporting. So when you always have to think of that, is this secure for the person you are talking to or you're interviewing? Even on a man or a woman on the street might get in trouble because of what they are saying to you. So it's kind of, that's one of the things. And I believe that that's also like much more and coming more and more here in Europe too.
Anyone? Yes, please.
Yeah, I'm not sure I can really talk about my experience, because being a journalist in Sweden, not really a security issue. But I thought about two aspects of what you were saying about, well, first, I think security is also, you asked about if we need to, how do we keep balance in telling the news and avoid security risk? It could also be security risk for the country, or what we are saying, our stories, are they problematic for the country? And I think there it's very, very dangerous to think it as a limit, that we shouldn't write stories because they might have consequence in terms of security for the country or for other countries or for it depends on the occasion, but I don't think it should be a rule that security has to prevail. And then about security of journalists, I think last year I don't remember the number of journalists who were killed in doing the job, but it was a record high. At the same time, we had journalists risking their life, and the job was extremely important. I'm thinking about the 2 journalists in Mariupol. If they hadn't been there, we wouldn't have known what was happening. And at the time, it was crucial that we actually could understand what was the Russian war like, and that's the only information we got at the time. They put their life in danger. I have colleagues going to different places, very risky places, and thank God they're doing it, because that's the only way for us to know what's going on, and it's also influencing decision, policy making. Right now we have a huge problem, which is Gaza. We have no one in Gaza, and we don't know what's going on. And we have Hamas saying one thing, Israel saying the other thing, and but no journalist, or almost no journalist, has been there. The only one who have been there have been with the Israeli army, so it's very hard to know what's going on. So that's also an aspect to consider.
Sorry, just one thing. There have been a lot of Palestinian journalists that have been killed in Gaza. This is, let's not forget about it.
Yes, a lot killed.
Yeah, and to do the job.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Ekaterina.
I can give you 2 examples, one healthy and another one unhealthy. Healthy example, how journalists should keep in mind security issues. When my correspondent last year wanted to make an article about how Ukrainians restore bombed energy infrastructure, we couldn't do that article at the end, because the article could put in risk energy workers and infrastructure itself. Again, an additional risk. So we decided, okay, we do not proceed with this. This is reasonable, this is understandable. I think nobody in this room would say why. But unhealthy example, how my correspondents work in Russia. Anonymous correspondent go to some anonymous village, talk to anonymous men and women on the street. Sometimes I change also gender to really hide people and protect them. Then make comments with anonymous experts, and then we publish this anonymous piece of anonymous information. It's very weird and crazy, and it should not be in normal, healthy world, but this is my reality I live in and my correspondents work in. And thankful to readers that they understand this and they trust us and they understand why we do that. So this is our strange reality.
Matti.
I would like to point out that Ekaterina sits in the opposite end of the table and I'm in the opposite end of the table. She represents a country with one of the worst situations for journalists to work in. And I have enormous respect for Novaya Gazeta and editor-in-chief Dmitry Muratov and all of the collective who continue their work. And when I was working in Moscow back in '99, I remember there were so many brave Russian journalists, independent-minded. There were several independent media. There was at least one television channel, which was the most popular one. It was then closed down and taken over by Putin's stooges and secret services and armed forces and so on. So it's not that there were no independent journalists in Russia. It's just that now over the last 25 years, they have been destroyed. They have been shut out, killed, tortured, haunted, run out of the country. So, and I think I mean, Russia might be a universe of its own, but it's not as much that this couldn't happen to somebody else also. And Finland is being one of the best places for journalists, at least safest places and best places in all ratings of freedom of speech So we are at the opposite end of the table, but we are very close to each other. And of course, I think that the main thing it would be in security terms to keep all eyes on Ukraine, what is happening there, talk about Ukraine more as an independent, sovereign European state, a culture, a language, all of this Putin is trying to destroy day by day. So we cannot forget that, but we also must acknowledge that there are so many brave Russians around. But for us in the best country in the world for freedom of speech, I think there are different problems. And then there are two things that you need to do good journalism is resources and it's perseverance. It's a funny word for Finnish audience to pronounce perseverance, commitment to your work. And resources, well, I might be an extreme example, but I'm running a team of 5 journalists. It used to be 40 journalists back in 2014 when Russia first attacked Ukraine. It is extreme because it was 12 newspapers in a cooperation. Now it's 4 because of various happenstances, but still the resources are not growing, as we must admit. It's for journalists, especially for editors-in-chiefs, like Jussi, my dear colleague, for a long time, it's probably hard to say this out loud, that our resources are getting smaller. But they are, it's a fact. So if I wouldn't be there, or if an individual would not be there, the coverage would become worse. So that's what I'm talking about when I'm talking about the timelines. And you remember 25 years of Putinism, 8 years of the full-scale war, and how many days do you think went by after the full-scale war started on the 24th of February in 22? How many days went by before I heard the first advice from my colleague, one editor-in-chief who is not present in the room, saying that, well, now that the war is almost over, it's time to focus on other and more important things. How many days?
Tell the name.
I'm not going to tell the name.
It was not me.
No, it wasn't. It could have been anyone. But it was 28 days since the war began. So it was exactly in the end of March. And that's when somebody thought that, okay, now people's interest is already shifting towards some other things, like everyday life in Finland, you know. And so the problem will be for us to focus on mediocre things only, think that the demand comes from the public, and of course it does. But when we give in and say that, okay, hey, nobody is now interested in the war in Ukraine anymore because it is so gloomy and sad, but it doesn't have to be. It's also about bravery. It's also about hope. It's also about our children and grandchildren and theirs. So I think resources and perseverance will be needed, and this commitment. And for sure, if we agree that, like we do, that free journalism, free media are crucial for security, like Markus said, it is so. And it is important, as the Americans say, speak truth to power. So without free media, Finland would not have joined NATO by now, because the people changed their opinion based on the facts, based on the stories that they were enlightened and informed about what Russia was doing in Ukraine. And they had some kind of an understanding what Russia had been doing for the last 25 years. Maybe someone even remembered it, or there was somebody to remind them about it. If there weren't, I don't think the politicians would have made the right call. And this is one thing for journalists to take responsibility for, is to wake up and pressurize the political decision makers, because without that they will always fall asleep. And in Putin's timelines, well, 5 years could go by and very slow movement, almost nothing happening. And then it comes as a surprise. And then somebody tells you that, or tells me on the 25th of February 2022 that, oh, Russia all of a sudden overnight turned into this monster. No, where were you? Where were you for the? Why didn't you read our newspaper for the last 25 years?
Short comments, Rustlana.
Talking about security, and I would continue with a thought from my Sona friend Matti, is that I would like now just to put this comparison that our liberal democracy, if we care about liberal democracy, it has 4 pillars, and one of them is media. Without media, liberal democracy, it will lose. Excuse me. It will lose the word liberal. So when we look at this composition, that actually there are 3 pillars still quite strong. Well, to some extent, some of them not very shaky, whatever. But the liberal democracy without the media pillar is going to get destroyed. So what should we do as a state, as a democracies, that if we don't want that one of the most important pillars to collapse? That's right. We have to think about how to support media financially. Think about the instruments that keeps media going, because everybody agrees, and yourself also were saying that the media support is crumbling in all countries mostly, and this is not good for media's security and the journalist security. And this is what we're going to be doing also in Lithuania, what I'm trying to pursue this debate and start the debate about basic income for journalists. I know that it's very difficult to define what is the journalist, how we're going to define, but let's start talking about, because media without journalists who can be secure in their financial environment is also not media. So let's think about the journalists in the first place, and let's start discussion about basic income for journalists. We can do it actually now. Joking. So thank you.
Yeah, I wanted to mention a paradox, which is that it's becoming harder and harder for us to do our job, I think, personally anyway, because we are in a time of disinformation that we keep on having to fight constantly. I mean, my work just as a correspondent in Scandinavia has changed enormously also because of disinformation. I can give you a completely crazy example, which is 2017. I wake up in the morning and I have to write an article because Trump, the day before, so the American president, I'm French, I'm in the Nordic countries, but the American president said during a meeting that something last night happened in Sweden. He had seen a Fox News report about violence in Sweden, and that was Fox News, so it was about rape, etc. He thought something had happened the night before. That's why he said that in his speech. So me and a lot of journalists had suddenly to write several articles, because first to say that nothing happened in Sweden, which is basically crazy to have to write an article about a country to say nothing happened. And then it was about, he tried to defend himself and talking about the violence in Sweden and the rape statistics. So we had to go to the rape statistic, explain the law against how to report rape, etc. So it's become an all new way of working and what we have to write about. So anyway, we have a more complicated job, and at the same time we have less resources. We have public medias that are losing. So I cover Sweden. I see that what's happening right now. We have parties in the government who want to cut down on public media's funding. It happened in Denmark before. France is on the same road. It's not coming out from, it's not just about making economy savings, it's also political parties which have a very strong agenda, and we are talking about security threats from Russia, etc. We also have inside our countries, I think, security threat when you have populist parties which have an agenda which is to destroy traditional media, as they call them, serious media. They are getting funds to have their own media, propagating disinformation, fake news, etc. I see in France we have a tendency where weak financed private medias are now bought by one man in particular, a businessman Bolloré, who has a really strong extreme right agenda, and he's bought first a radio, then a TV, then a newspaper, and during the last election he's been pushing for one candidate, which is Éric Zemmour, which is a very, very nationalist candidate. And that's also a huge problem that we need to address. We can't just expect media to do their job and not having to finance them and to support them. So here I'm extremely worried about what's happening.
Very, very short interaction. That what I would like to say is that it is because the world of media is changing so rapidly, and media cannot have enough time and energy to catch up with this change. And what it used to work in a free market environment 10 years ago, 15 years ago, maybe even 5 years ago, it doesn't work now. So we have to also think that the free market environment for media is already maybe not working very well, and we have to try to help to keep that media afloat until it's going to find its silver bullet to find a new way of functioning. Because without support, they're just going to die. They're just dying one by one. And once that silver bullet will be found, there will be no journalists left. So this is what you have to do. You have to start thinking about helping media at least find its silver bullet. Sorry about that.
That's okay. We know that this information is a crucial question. What can the traditional media to do prevent fake news from spreading? Mika?
Well, it's getting more and more difficult, I think, all the time. I don't know if the media can really fight all of that. But I think the only way is simply to do fact-checking and really stress the importance of being critical towards all sources. And I think one of the kind of Anne-Françoise, you mentioned Trump. So that's a good example then of that with this regard. So I would, we have to kind of remind ourselves of this, how important it is to be critical, and also the danger of getting along to this. There are this in the more and more in this world, like the good guys and the bad guys. So we have to, as a media and journalists, we have to think always that we are critical towards all, and including the U.S. president and U.S. government. Washington Post did fact-checking all the time during the Trump era. And Trump presidency, and they found that Trump lied 40,000 times during this 4 years. So that means that every time he was talking somewhere, he was lying several times. So I think this is very, very, very important, and that's getting more and more difficult. So I have a personal experience, like that was more than 20 years ago, about this, how difficult that can be, was then when the Secretary of State, Colin Powell, was testifying at the UN. That was just before the Iraq invasion, the Iraq war, and he was giving. He was showcasing the proofs in front of the whole world in live broadcast, like how Saddam Hussein has nuclear weapons, and now we know that that was all fabricated, and we're talking about the Secretary of State of the United States. And that was so confusing at that time for journalists, being a journalist there, because you didn't know whom to believe. And we were like, I was with some European colleagues, and we were like, what should we do there? And one of the problems was there that really the American mainstream media bought that. Not only one or so, but basically all. I mean, they believed him. But more or less, the European mainstream media didn't. So that was that's kind of one of the confusing examples, which I think that we have more and more now. So you can't really rely on any source anymore. I mean, you have to try to check everything.
Markku, how often you discuss this topic in Ilkka Pohjalainen?
Well, you don't believe how often. Well, if the question was how can we defend ourselves from fake news and how to fight fake news, I try to I think it's good to stress one point that is not that often discussed in public, and that is basic education. I think that even though we have the best media in the world, the best journalists, and all the resources you can imagine, we still need good school teachers, good primary school teachers who form the first line of defense when it comes to fight false and fake news. But then, since we are now during our new president, we have entered into era where we say everything in 3 points. I also list 3 points where I find some danger when fighting fake news. The first one is the economy of media houses, and it's a blunt fact that the Finnish media is not doing that great. Even in my company, I must confess that we have made a lot of people redundant last years, since the income has not been enough for having a decent newsroom, and I'm very sorry to say that. The second one is deep fakes. Everyone in this room can be framed in very compromising situations, and that's in the time of artificial intelligence. Those fakes are very good. Really, and then when a wrong picture of you is spreading out, how can you stop that? How can you tell to the public that, well, this is wrong, and now what I'm sending out is the truth? What is the one the people believe? And then we come to the third point, that is the human nature, that is very challenging. Wrongful information survives well. We know that. And let me give you one example from the Brexit campaign. Lately, you might remember that one of the biggest lies spread by the Brexit people was that, well, if you vote Britain back, you can get 350 million pounds sterling a week for your national health system. And that was, of course, wrong. But, well, 2 years later, I think it was The Independent who made a survey on how people feel about this information. Do they feel that it's right or wrong? Now, I can't remember the exact figure, but around 1 out of 3 who responded to the poll said that, well, it's a fact that you could get 350 million pounds sterling a week back to your own national health system. Don't take this figure very, a fact, but, around 1 out of 3 believed the wrong information. So the task we have, and well, they are, the problems are structural. I now refer to the economy of the media houses, and then also we need to understand the psychology of people better, also in the media.
Yes, I just wanted to mention that I mentioned Trump. What I wanted to say was also that it's not just Trump, it's what has come since Trump and this Trumpization that we are seeing in Europe. And I have a really recent example, very striking, because it happens in Sweden, where last week TV4 made an investigation report at the Swedish Democrats, which is the in French we say extreme right. The Swedes don't say that, but the National Conservative Party, which is a second party in Sweden, which is a support party of the government. And they had a journalist who was there for a year under a secret identity and who has managed to expose the fact that they were using anonymous Twitter, Facebook, social media accounts, where they have been propagating supremacist messages, racist messages, where they have been encouraging threats against political opponents, etc. So it's created quite a political crisis. But the worst part of it is that as a defense, the Swedish Democrat leader Jimmie Åkesson made a speech to the nation, a 5-minute speech to the nation on YouTube, probably paid a lot because it's very high on YouTube, and where he starts by accusing medias and his political adversaries, and we understand that it's all Swedish medias, of being at the origin of a major, he says, a major interior influence operation with the only goal to make the Swedish Democrats lose the election, the EU election, which I think is extremely frightening that the second party, the leader of the second party in Sweden makes such a speech, and then he accused all of journalists in Sweden to be leftist. And there has been quite a very small reaction from the three parties in government, the right-wing parties. The PEN Association, the Journalist Association, and Reporters Without Borders have immediately reacted to criticize that speech. And that's where we are right now. And we are talking about Sweden, and that's a clear example of Trumpization, because the lie about this major influence operation, it's spreading. People are believing it. Not all the people, but there is a doubt in people that, yes, maybe this TV program was actually a destabilization operation against the party. And that's happening in Sweden. That's not any democracy or any country in the world. So,
Ekaterina.
Yeah, media competence. This kind of subject should be introduced in every school, I think. Because, yeah, you are right, people believe, and people also don't make difference between anonymous channel and channel of Le Monde. It's look for them the same in social media. So, yeah, and we traditional media, we cannot actually fight disinformation or prevent it somehow. We must do our own job, and we have resources only for that. Disinformation you get for free. And I hope, like, people who sit in this room, you, like, very responsible people, maybe you pay and have traditional media subscription and you read it, but actually not everyone wants it and not everyone can afford it. And we cannot work for free. And I again speak about money, but it's true. Yeah, we really, it is a crisis of journalism in Europe and maybe in the world, I don't know. And quality of journalism decreasing, everyone sees that. So I can give you one maybe good example. Right now, as for me, a good example. Right now in Switzerland, for example, they discuss to introduce a coupon to every citizen. This coupon every citizen can use to subscribe for traditional media on their choice. And it's financed by taxes, by government, so it's kind of investment from government, but not direct, so not influence to independency, but it's investment in traditional media. So that kind of solutions can be used to support traditional media.
The last topic is new technology, artificial intelligence, for example, and how does it affect to the journalism? Do you use artificial intelligence in your work? Please shortly, because time is running out. Matti can start.
I don't use artificial intelligence, AI, in my work, But what we can do to defend against fake news is very much based on that. And I think the biggest media houses are able to team up with hackers and specialists and huge resources to do something like the Organized Crime and Corruption Reporting Project, or what Christo Grossiev is doing, or I don't know, New York Times. Big beasts like this are able to use intelligence, use open sources and go after. Right now I'm reading a great journalistic book by French journalists about the Wagner Group, how to find out about the inner workings of the Wagner Group and Prigozhin in Africa. So you need the human labor, you need to go there, put your boots on the ground, but you also need to have this open source intelligence. So that's the big level. But for us traditional journalists, we still get blamed sometimes that why don't you be better gatekeepers, that why do you let this in and why don't you do anything? So we can keep guard of the gate, but if the walls have already fallen down, it doesn't help much, and there is a jungle out there, and there are so many publishers out there. And there was even a couple of years ago a full fake newspaper online that called itself a newspaper, but it was not a newspaper, it was a Russia-minded hoax that stole our intelligence, our pictures, our stories, and twisted the headlines and used it to blackmail people and journalists instead. I'm glad the Finnish judicial system then worked on this case of MV-Lehti, for example. But so far, what we can do is that when you see something, say something. When you notice something crazy that cannot be true, you should immediately point it out. But now the discussion is getting very bad because everybody is pointing out the others for lying and becoming fact checkers themselves, but that's the only thing. When you see something, call bullshit. Always call bullshit when you see bullshit.
That's bad language, Mark.
Thank you, Markus, for reminding me, and I see the error of my ways. And also, journalists ask tougher questions, especially before the elections, not after the elections. So when President Stubb was elected, I think he was presented with hundreds of questions. But was there really the toughest question there? Or, for example, he was talking a lot about being a peacemaker and negotiating peace deals, for example, in Georgia in 2008. I always thought it was the French President Sarkozy instead. But we never really got him to, So just saying that we need to ask tough questions ourselves, you, everybody, and speak up. And it's getting harder and harder. So good luck with that. Thank you.
We have time for 2 comments. Ruslanas.
Yes, when we talk about the media and new technologies, of course, I spoke about that media is constantly in the run to catch up, and now it's a big elephant in the room is, of course, artificial intelligence. And maybe I will not say anything new, but about a month ago, I read this article in the London Times that it is actually possible to commission a website, of a news website. You can put, the topics, the headlines, or kind of the direction it wants to go. That is mostly in English. And this website with special, technology inside, which is very, very cheap. It's generating the news. You can actually make sort of like say 10 news per day or 100 news per day on this, on this, on that, on this and that topic. And it actually does it for you. If those news pieces are correct or not, it's of course very, very questionable, but it is actually already possible to do that. But so this is what is awaiting for the for the journalism. And as Ekaterina was saying about media literacy, this is so important also that that schools' educational system is teaching media literacy from that age, which is so crucial, because we are not going to be able to fight that artificial intelligence what is creating for very long. And there's one more comment about Facebook and Google, that is I don't know, I don't want to call it the technology of the past, but the big present problem for media. So just a few examples that, let's say in Britain, because I don't have data for Lithuania, but in Britain in 2009, before Google and Facebook sort of took off, the media used to get about, in the calculation of the present prices, about 11 to 12 billion pounds per year. It used to come into media because of advertisement. Present day, it was calculated that Google is getting 14 billion, and all British media combined is getting 2 billion. So not 17, 14 billion and 2 billion, 7 times difference. So when people are saying that, no, this is only technology, you should not put it like, it's a free market, we should not, it's just better technology that is unfortunately came out, and media should not be complaining too much because Google is actually using a different content also. Why should they pay to media? It's the argument of The Economist, my beloved magazine. I think that this is not correct, because we have to make choices. Do we want media to survive against Google or against Facebook, or we just leave it to the free market and say, yeah, it's fine, whatever is going to happen, is going to happen. So I'm coming back to the point that this is so important for our liberal democracy. So let's try to save it as fast as possible. Thank you.
Can I comment on
last words?
Well, yeah,
please.
It's just, this is because certain literature that has been studying this phenomenon that you've just been describing, that links back to how the business model of media has changed, consider and calls this like a weapon of mass distraction, like distracting the attention from, for example, issues like responsible, we're talking about ethical and responsible media, which is really the ABC of good journalism. And now it is as if we have to go back and study this, when this actually should be the basics. So this is where we are, and this is exactly the proof of how the business model of how people are getting informed has changed, let's say gradually, but massively over the last 15 years.
So now we have solved the problem.
Finally. So as we can see, the global security and media's role in it is quite broad topic. These are questions I think we could discuss more and more of. Anyway, the time is over, so thank you all in this panel and audience also. Thank you. Okay. Thank you.
Pleasure. Yeah. Thank you.
Yes. Joo, hyvä. Hyvä. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Kiitoksia.
Okay, so still some 60 minutes for that glass of wine that Jussi mentioned in the beginning of the panel. So stay put. So the reception that will be organized at the Turku City Hall. It's about 25-minute walk from here by the riverside. So you are most welcome to join my team for a walk. And of course, if you want to have a taxi, do let us know at the reception and we'll get you one. But now to the concluding remarks. I have the joy of inviting former Director of Finnish Defence Intelligence, Rear Admiral Juha Vauhkonen, to say some concluding wise words. Go ahead, Juha.
Thank you, Kirsi. It's actually a really inspiring feeling to know that I'm really the only one who stands between you and the wine and the food in a couple of minutes. But nevertheless, many thanks for the speakers, moderators, and panelists for extremely interesting debates. Listening to the discussions and listening to you, it occurred to me that I don't think I have anything meaningful or useful to say in closing remarks. So perhaps it would be best to say in a very Finnish way, in a Finnish habit, that thank you for your participation. The event is ended. Have a nice and safe trip home. But I think I would say some words anyway. This year's topic was well chosen. It is most interesting and topical as Russia continues its brutal war of destruction in Ukraine, and the rest of the world, mainly the Western world, is watching, partly fearing what might Russia's next move be. And this is really sad. Showing fear or weakness is never a good option in working with the Russians. Nevertheless, NATO has also recently gained 2 northern member states, and partly as a result of that, the Arctic is becoming an increasingly interesting region and a challenge as well. In any case, whatever the outcome of the war is, Russia will return to the northern territories, to the vicinity of our borders, and continue where it left off when it launched a very special operation in Ukraine. The topic of today was NATO 2024 and Arctic Europe. Well, we have only 6 months left of this year, so I would like, if I may, and even if not, I will nevertheless create a view a little bit further away. My modest guess is that Russia wants to continue to be the major military power in the Arctic, which it undeniably was before the war started. Re-establish the chain of surveillance, intelligence and striking capability it had during the Soviet time. The inevitable melting of the Northeast Passage ahead is nothing new, though, but new is that today all Arctic countries, except Russia, of course, are members of NATO. This is maybe something Russia couldn't foresee when they started the war. In my mind, these 2 changes will be the main concerns and maybe also fears of Kremlin. If one were to be at all humane towards Russia, one could say that the concerns and fears are understandable and justified. Fortunately, there are no immediate feelings of this kind. Not only the expansion of NATO to include the whole of the High North, but also the activation of China in the Arctic region due to the changing climate will certainly not only bring smiles to the faces of those gloomy men in Kremlin. China is already an Arctic Council observer and near Arctic state with growing Arctic ambitions. However, this Arctic policy is an effort to move China from a near Arctic state to an Arctic stakeholder. A title it already self-identifies as, with increased rights and responsibilities in the region, a shift that will impact future US strategy, and with this, not less NATO's, and to some extent also EU's policies and strategies. China has large ambitions throughout the Arctic, including creating trade routes via the Polar Silk Road, expanding foreign direct investment in Arctic states, and strategically deploying scientific research. China recognized that the impacts of climate change on the Arctic will also become a domestic problem for them in the future. We know how China feels about the South China Sea. Russia sees the Arctic waters in much the same way. For China, on the other hand, that region is more like a common heritage of mankind, where everyone should have equal rights and opportunities to exploit the resources and potential of that region. China's imagined Polar Silk Road will initially utilize the Northern Sea route, hugging the Russian coastline, which Russia envisions as a maritime toll road through the Arctic. And there was a discussion today about how long this marriage of China and Russia will last. I think that today the Chinese Navy and the merchant fleet entered the northern waters. The first clash, or at least a clash, will occur in their relationship. Anyway, shipping from China to Europe along the Northern Sea route, which, as when the ice melts, will presumably be available for several months each year. And that could cut up the 50 days, at least 50 days of the current route via the Suez Canal and the Strait of Malacca, and avoid also especially the US naval presence along these routes. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, China is already preparing its merchant and naval fleets for the specific requirements of the northern waters. I'm really sorry to talk so much about China and not that much about Russia. Yes, Russia is an immediate and tangible threat to European security. Russia will always, in any case, always remain the #1 adversary and concern of small countries like Finland in this part of the world. For Finland, particularly, Russia or the Soviet Union has been that for the last 107 years. We have fought 2 bloody wars in which, in the end, we did not do too badly. We preserved our independence and Western democracy. It has not always been easy, and it has made looked otherwise from the outside. But in any case, we survived. Today, the Finnish Defence Forces has capabilities and abilities to strike back. With the capabilities and abilities to strike back, it has never had before. And this development of capabilities continues, and this is, of course, the Article 3 issue. On top of this, NATO membership and the defence agreement with the United States will, I believe, raise the threshold for attacking this country quite high. And I think also Russia knows this. Now that the masks have fallen and the cold and brutal faces behind them have been revealed, it is probably clear for all of us in NATO and EU, and especially in Ukraine, what kind of an adversary we are dealing with. Its actions and habits have become familiar, and I guess that they will not change much in the coming decades. The Russia we see today will be the Russia we will counter in the coming decades also. The Nordic countries, which fortunately are all members of NATO today, together form quite a significant counterweight to Russia here in the far north. We are small, but not totally and completely handless. Combined and joint capabilities are quite relevant, also in a NATO context. It is also good that all the Nordic countries have a bilateral defence agreement with the United States, in addition to their NATO memberships. This guarantees a US commitment and presence in the region, and at the same time, together with the Nordic capabilities and NATO security guarantees, creates a very impressive deterrent and threshold here against anyone with evil intentions. And I think Russia knows this also. But, ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid that as we move forward a few decades, Russia is not the only one in our part of the world that we must be wary of and be able to prepare for. And what does this all mean for NATO? In my opinion, it means that we must prepare for a much larger Chinese military presence, not only in the Arctic area region, but perhaps also more widely in the NATO's area of responsibility. I would imagine that before Communist China turns 100, the seas surrounding us will be a playground of a different of superpower politics, with both NATO and the European Union getting their fair share. China will be a big challenge for the whole transatlantic community. There are certainly good grounds for saying that the next hotspot area of world politics will be the Indo-Pacific region. This could be inferred, for example, from Japan's security policy decisions. Equally, one could say that now, when the ice is melting in the Northeast Passage and even more widely in the northern regions, this region will become another playing field for world and superpower politics. What if we would find ourselves one day in a situation where we have to act in two strategic directions at the same time? The resources and above all the capabilities of the United States would be committed, for example, together with Australia and Japan and maybe perhaps some others, to the Indo-Pacific region. Who would then carry the main burden in the Arctic or a bigger picture of the European theatre? It is very difficult at the moment to imagine a situation where we, Europeans, would try to solve the security challenges facing our continent on our own. Europe simply does not have the capabilities in itself to be able to act anywhere on its own, at least today and tomorrow. US shared intelligence, strategic transport capability, capacity to deploy larger military units, force protection and show of force from the sea are just a few examples of capabilities Europe does not have on its own. This means that NATO will have to be better prepared and ready to operate in the northern regions, if necessary, with significant US input and presence. It must also be able to safeguard its own strategic interests in this region and possibly also the economical and political interests of its member states, the transatlantic community. At that time, not only the United States, but NATO in general must have the capacity for a permanent maritime presence in the Arctic waters, with the ability to deploy, if necessary, also large army formations trained and equipped for Arctic conditions to the region quickly. Well, we Europeans have a lot to do in this respect. It is still not too late. European leaders just have to put their defense structures and security relationships in order, but the time is now. Since Europe still depends on American commitment through NATO and bilaterally to defend the continent, it is understandable that here on the old continent we are watching very closely, especially in the coming 6 months, where Europe ranks in Washington's priorities, watching for statements about the validity of NATO's Article 5. At the same time, it is clear that it is becoming increasingly difficult for the US to justify to the post-Cold War generation why Americans should pay up to 75% of defense spending. Messages along these lines have been heard from across the Atlantic before. By the way, President Trump was by no means the first to raise the issue. He may just have been the most straightforward. Former Defense Secretary Gates warned with figures from 2011, 15 years ago, are worth recalling. At that time, Gates warned bluntly that the US financial capacity and political will to cover most of NATO's costs could falter. Reflecting that time on the experiences of the Libyan operation, Gates criticized the division of alliance between those who specialize in soft security and simply want the benefits of NATO with its security guarantees and those who share the burden and engage in demanding combat operations. What has changed from those days? European countries have been able to develop their economic and political cooperation with each other while security has been based on the military backbone of the United States. The leading role played by the United States has also ensured that Europeans have, as a rule, avoided dividing lines in security policy, even if there has been differences in other areas. The transatlantic relationship is not a level playing field for Europe, and European allies may not even have wanted it. But cooperation should oblige also partnership. The EU's ambition to become a global player, the US already is, changes in transatlantic relations could provide a much-needed boost to the EU's strategic autonomy. But are we really capable for the reduction of critical dependencies and for the ability to take our own foreign and security policy decisions and promote them with the parties, with third parties, or, if necessary, alone? When you look at where the world is going at the moment, you can always ask yourself whether Europe really has the capacity and capability to do this. It seems to me, at least, that Europe or the EU is still a long way from being able to act independently as a global player in all situations. The economic tools and other softer tools are there, but unfortunately all these requires also power to back it up if you want to be a global player. The US is still largely responsible for maintaining the international order. The EU's track record is still quite limited. The burden-sharing dilemma at the heart of transatlantic relations means a balancing act on both sides. If European countries and the European Union in particular were to take more responsibility for their own security, the United States could redirect its resources elsewhere. On the other hand, if the EU's defence and other capabilities are strengthened, it does not always necessarily have to follow US leadership. At present, however, the balance of power is in favour of the United States. On the other hand, the US needs a Europe that can share responsibility for international crises and bring solutions to the table. A telling example of Washington's willingness to share the burden and responsibility is the role in the Ukrainian war. The US needs support and an ally in the fight for emerging technologies, the green transition, winning the hearts and minds of the global south, and to respond to the growing threat from China. China has remained the main threat in the discourse of the US foreign policy leadership, as we have heard today. President Biden has continued the trade war launched by President Trump by maintaining sanctions, investing in national technological expertise, and being exceptionally outspoken about his willingness to defend Taiwan from possible Chinese aggression. But on the other hand, China hasn't had much luck so far convincing Europe that US warnings are overhyped. And it may have to thank Russia for that. Russia's war in Ukraine served as a stark wake-up call for the EU that it was ill-equipped to manage a major war on its doorstep, and much reliant on Russia for its energy needs. As Europe scrambles to wean itself off of Russian oil and gas, new questions are rising about the vulnerability of its critical infrastructure and supply chains, especially semiconductors and chips, port facilities, 5G networks, and other key bits of the economy that are increasingly in Chinese hands. The Ukraine war, at the very least, has seen Russia emerge alongside China as a geopolitical rival that will require the US to invest in Europe's security for years to come, and the EU to see that the change in China politics is required. Perhaps it is becoming the case that the United States and Europe, or the European Union, are finding a better understanding of the challenges and threats facing the transatlantic area. Hopefully, the growing understanding that a banda is a bear too will act as the glue rather than the divider of this partnership. Anyway, the stronger Europe is holistically, the better the conditions for transatlantic cooperation and burden sharing is. Now, there's one item still to crack, and I think this is the most difficult one with the media. The question was media's role in contributing security, and I think they have a big role in that. If I think back of what I did 6 months ago, we know that in many cases the political leadership, the decision makers, they receive their most relevant information from other sources than the media. They're the intelligence services, other governmental authorities services that provide the most sort of a detailed information, but also the media has their role. But the question is then, who provides the information and the real and the right information to the common people? And it's usually the media. I like what Matti said in his comment that the Finnish media had a big role in modifying the Finnish people's attitude towards NATO, and that didn't happen in a couple of months before we made the decision. It has been a process that has lasted a longer time. I'm too old enough to remember that the information sometimes was politically colored, but mainly objective and relevant. So this is a long-lasting process when the media has sort of influenced into the Finnish people. And by the way, they say, and I believe it also, that it was this time the Finnish people who was in charge, that Finland, we are finally in NATO. It was the Finnish people and the politicians wisely heard, and now we are here where we are. And this is one part of media's role. But there are also challenges working with media. Especially, I remember in my last assignment, it was a challenging relationship with media, mainly my fault. But it is true. You discussed here during the panel. That is also, and how I saw it. It's also there is a danger that the media reveals something by accident mainly, which is very harmful for national security or even for security of an alliance. And that is what makes the job of journalists really a difficult one. On the other hand, we have seen also the power of media working together with officials. A good example is before the war started, when the US intelligence and the British intelligence started to release intelligence information through media. And that you could see that was a powerful tool also that mixed the planning and thoughts of Kremlin, I think in many cases quite heavily. So yes, media has a role in providing security, but it's a difficult one. But I have to say, thank the Finnish media also from the perspective I was from the role I was six months ago, that the correspondents in Ukraine, that they have done a really good job. We have had good correspondents in Ukraine, very objective, not colored with any kind of additional thoughts. And also from the perspective as the director of intelligence, they were mainly also true. And this is also where you can combine your forces also if you want. Media has an access in many times to those places where, for example, intelligence is not reaching the common people. Ask the common people in the village that, how do you see the situation at the moment? Hear sort of the voices of the people. And this is what I noticed was also in some cases, and in many cases also very informative to know what sort of is happening really when you have boots on the ground. So on my behalf also, thank you for inviting me. That it has been a really interesting day. And now I will stop here that you will get your wine. Thank you very much.